the infrastructure, we've been working with Mission Electronics to assess the audio systems and do the upgrades in the rooms that we need to get done. And it also includes expansion for possible equipment for the video conferencing systems. We're working with OITS to install additional data jacks in those warm closets for access and streaming services. Under project planning, we're investigating possible vendors solutions, and we're scheduling demonstrations with Microsoft and Cisco at this time. We plan to do more of that as we go through this learning process. We have a drafted state project plan, and Barry Clark has drafted that up. And that includes the scope, the schedule, the budget, and the system requirements. And also, the Joint Committee on IT held a meeting on August 11th, and I reported to them the virtual state house plan and our effort to forward that. Under our information services staff, we have brief staff on the project, and we do updates and team meetings with that. And we're also involving legislative agency staff in the vendor demonstrations so they can see how the equipment would work and function. Lastly, the critical items we need to get completed, and that is for the LCC project approval. That is still pending. We need to get that done. And also, Tom and I worked on a draft funding proposal for the coronavirus relief fund. And that is pretty much ready to be submitted. The deadline for submitting that is tomorrow at noon. So that is the report for today, and I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Alan. Robin, in the other room, we are hearing a little bit of ringing, so I don't know if that's out of Alan's microphone. So what I don't see is, okay, you need to have, let's go before the LCC for project approval. Do they have a date scheduled, Tom? They don't have a date scheduled.
At this point, Madam Chair, the LCC has not scheduled another meeting, but there is one planned for September at some point.
And I don't see, so let's just say they give you a blessing to move forward. I don't see timelines that these items will be done.
We have that in the project plan. We can certainly provide that to the committee.
Yeah, I would like to see the project plan.
Okay.
Also, does this make the assumption that we're not going to go do the RFP process?
We will do the RFP process based on the request of this committee and the things that we've been working on, the draft of the project plan, the requirements and such. That'll be information that goes into that RFP to help the vendors understand what our needs are.
We can't do the RFP until LCC meets.
Correct. So we get that project approval from LCC.
Madam Chair, we are in the draft stage of the RFP. So it's not that we are stopping things on our end as far as getting the RFP ready so that the minute that the LCC either approves or denies, but hopefully approves us continue to move forward, we've got that ready to shoot out.
We need to communicate with the speaker to make sure it's on the agenda when they do meet. Okay, any other questions for Alan or Tom? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what proposal will you present on September 4th for the CRF? Will that be modifying the RFP proposal, or will it look pretty similar to what we saw from you last time?
That is, the executive branch has a online funding submission pages, their internet pages to submit to the coronavirus relief fund. And but the information that's going in there is essentially what was in the report, the dollar amounts and
I certainly support that. And assuming the LCC would grant approval, which I certainly hope they will. I think it's really important that we get this in the hopper for potential funding.
Madam Chair, along the lines of Senator Hawks' question, I can tell you, because I can't get sequential approval from the LCC members and violate the COMA Act, the Open Meetings Act, I have gotten approval from some legislative leadership without going over a quorum or anything like that to move forward. They had no problems with us putting the application in. So we are going to put that application in by noon tomorrow, and probably it'll be this afternoon when we put it in.
Other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at the timeline, depending on whenever the LCC meets in the RFP process, and then the funding of this project, when can this be implemented? I mean, what's the earliest it could be implemented to enhance the technical issues we've been having with virtual meetings?
Our goal is still to get this completed by the end of the year for the session. Time is ticking away, though. We need to get as much done as we can, and we're trying to do, that's what this report is about, is trying to do everything we can to, waiting for that LCC approval to the RFP and project plan file.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, because you're exactly right. I mean, we've been, this is the third time I think this committee has discussed this, and even yesterday when we had this Spark Steering Committee meeting, I know that's in a different building, but we had a lot of technical issues with trying to have a virtual meeting where those who were on the meeting virtually couldn't hear us in the room. We in the room could not hear them, and I mean, it was just complicated everything. You know, I know that was in Eisenhower. We've had the same issues in State Finance Council meetings, which we're going to continue to have virtually throughout the rest of the year. And so I think it's imperative that we get this done as soon as possible. So I don't know if there can be like a recommendation to the speaker in expediting the meeting with the LCC.
That would be very appropriate. Send a message from Legislative Budget Committee.
And I would agree with that and try to get this done as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Amy, Jill, do we need a motion, or can you write a letter of recommendation?
I think a motion would probably be in best order, so we can have directions from you.
I would make that motion to
I second.
have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. And so Jill, who will draft send the message?
Yeah, I can work that out.
Thank you. The other question I had is, if we have a, we really never got a timeout from COVID, living in the age. But if we have a second wave, and then it gets more complicated, because now we're having to distinguish between colds and the flu and everything else. If we went totally virtual in January for our committee work, have enough rooms. I know at one time we talked around 9 or 11 rooms, but if we were full virtual, do we have enough rooms?
If you want social distancing in those rooms, the answer is no.
That would be, that would be correct. If we're back to our full meetings.
Right.
But if we're sitting in our office, we could have some have to sit in the office and some in the meeting. You're right. I mean, there's 7 of us here. We're kind of half skilled in the off session.
And to go one step further a little bit, Representative Waymaster's committee is 23 members, and committee room, there are 23 seats around the committee table. So there is no way to social distance if all 23 members were sitting at 112. If they were all sitting around the committee table. And then you have, in your committee, I believe you had 8 staff even or something like that. So you couldn't even social distance the staff if they were at the staff table. Even though I know many of the appropriations staff, some of them sit on the outside. Still, there are 4 large rooms, and in order to social distance for many of the committees, whether they're House committees or even Senate committees, there is no way to social distance like you are here with just 7 members sitting in a 13-member committee room.
We may end up having to be a little creative, such as on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, half of you show up. And I know that gets messy, but that'll be up to the chairman.
And it could be a hybrid version where half of you, like you said, half of committee members are sitting in their offices on Zoom or on whatever media that finally ends up, and the other half in the room, or it could be all the committee members with the exception of the chair and vice chair and ranking are sitting in the committee room, and everybody else is in their offices. You know, direction from the legislature and legislative leadership to us as to how you want that to happen. Those conversations also have to start taking place because we don't know what it's going to look like in January.
Well, and backing up, let's just say we do something like that, a hybrid like we've been doing this summer, and half the people are in their offices. So then, how many rooms can do a hybrid Zoom? How many rooms of electric wired? Could we have all the meetings that generally take place at the 9 o'clock time and the 10 o'clock time?
The project plan is for all 13 rooms to be equipped, including the 2 chambers. So everything would be equipped, and that would allow us to handle either completely virtual meetings or a combination of virtual. Again, the timeline is a concern on that, trying to get all that down. We'll be working with vendors, so their timeline is, we have to factor in what they have for equipment availability and such.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you both for being here today. This time we'll turn our attention to the update on the coronavirus relief expenditures, and we have DeAngela Burns-Wallace, Secretary of Administration here. Welcome.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
We have materials that are coming to you, both a PowerPoint as well as an Excel spreadsheet. I believe we're going to pull up my PowerPoint.
Do you know whose task that is? Is that you? Okay.
So as they're doing that, I'm going to just go ahead and get started and stop the time. So I'm here today to talk about the federal COVID relief funds, and one of the things that you'll see as you're flipping through the PowerPoint for those who have a hard copy, and as it does come up on the first slide, is sometimes we start to talk about this and you hear the CARES Act and CARES funding when we're talking about the COVID relief funds, and it is actually a bigger plan. CARES is only one of the 3 major relief bills. One of the 3 major relief bills that has generated funding that has come into the state. So we wanted to start by trying to make sure that we show that differential between those various bills and how much has been authorized to come into the state across those bills. So you will see that we have those 3 bills, and what we did was we tried to approximate the totals. What I will say about all of this, as we walk through some of this conversation, there is what we call this level of complexity that is, there are pieces of this that are ever moving target. As you can see, the total that we calculate as of September 1 is around 12.1. Anyone who was in the SPARK committee yesterday who watched the presentation would have seen the number that said 11.8, the total coming into the state. That's because it's an ever-moving number, because some of this funding is rolling. Some of it comes in at different times. So we actually received our September report yesterday to show that we had additional funds. So this is the most accurate number as of September 1. A great example of that is the Assistance to Firefighters grant. It is actually a rolling grant that can be applied for. In earlier iterations, Kansas hadn't received an authorization yet, but subsequently we did. So that was one of the ones that added more dollars in. So what we tried to do for the members of the committee, you'll see you have this big spreadsheet. And there are more than 90 federal programs that are feeding into the dollars that have been authorized to come into Kansas. We tried to break them down to give you the program name, a brief description of each of the programs, which of the bills they was authorized under, who is the primary recipient of those dollars coming into the state, what is the federal administration of what agencies coming out from the federal level, the funding that has been authorized under that particular program, the fund type. And that's important because these are coming in very different ways. Some of them are direct aid, some of them are passed through to an agency, some of them are reimbursements. And so understanding the fund type is an important piece of it. And then the last column is the fund duration. So there's a couple of things that I want to point out as you're looking at this larger file. As you can see, particularly in that fund duration column, we've talked a lot about it, and I think a lot of the focus has been in those CARES dollars, and particularly the portion that has come into the state for distribution. And everyone hears, you know, the urgency in spending those dollars by December of this year. If you look down that column while CARES and that $1 billion that has come to the state for distribution, that CRF, does have a timeline for December. Many of these other funds, actual duration goes through 21, 22, or even 23, depending on the nature of the program. Some of them have durations that are a set of months. Some of them have durations because they're funding an existing program that it's, when it's depleted, it gets replenished. So they're all moving at different stages and at different levels. And so what we tried to capture here from all of the various sources, and this has been a collaborative effort with the Recovery Office, Department of Administration's Office and Council of Boards, the Division of Budget, we're pulling multiple data sources to make sure that we have the most accurate information for the various funds that have been authorized, how and who they're coming to, and then their duration and how we're pulling on those. Again, some of these are, if you look through, there might be a line that has a 0 in it. And so the question might be, well, why is that figure? Again, some of these are rolling, some of them at the federal level or a grant application. So we included everything that's authorized, because while Kansas may have a 0 in that space today, like I mentioned with the Assistance to Firefighters grant, it's line 34 on here. If you had seen this report a month ago, a month and a half ago, it would have had a 0 there. It has a dollar amount there because it was a FEMA rolling application at the beginning, say in kind of the June timeframe. We didn't have an application in, subsequently we have, and then we've been awarded monies on 717, 8-3, and another one on 831. So the piece of this that's also important is that as we are pulling information, we have to pull it continuously, and we're trying to pull it and reconcile as we go through. So one of the other things that I want to mention as you just kind of look across this chart is, again, with the primary recipients, there are dollars that have gone direct, dollars that have gone to an agency but are designed for a pass-through entity. The way that they are by the legislation, it must go to that agency for distribution to a particular entity in the state. There are also dollars that are designed to be, again, with the reimbursement. And again, there are rolling grant dollars under some of these categories. So also our part is trying to make sure we're keeping up and staying abreast and taking advantage of all of the opportunities that continue to roll out of the existing authorizations and if there are future authorizations. We can go to the next slide. So on the next slide, this would be slide 3 for those of you who are in a paper packet. We tried to just kind of show some of the buckets, right? And so funding by recipients, and these are approximates because we were trying to just, so you can see how it was coming through. So you can see that first kind of 6.6 billion small business funds through those various programs, the Paycheck Protection Program, the Economic Injury, disaster loans, those were that kind of direct in 6.6 billion to small businesses in many ways. Then there's another 1.4 that was distributed in various ways directly to local or other entities. Here's a few examples. It's not the whole that equates to 1.4. We were just trying to pull out examples to understand kind of as you go through that longer file there, you can see entities where it's designated for a particular type of entity. Airports is a good one, right? That 5.3 has to go to the airport. So that was a direct in to that entity. But all of this, when we start to talk about the total of the corona relief funds that have come in, all of this is rolled into kind of that state of Kansas $12.1 billion number. And then you have that kind of last bucket, kind of the 1.4 that's coming into the state. And you can see that, again, even in there, again, a lot of the conversation, particularly because of Spark and the work that's happening out of there, we focus on that very last one, which is the CRF, the 1.1 billion estimated, because that's what we've been allocating and had the ability and flexibility to allocate. There's other buckets that are in there. That idea of supplementing existing federal programs. So there are some programs where it's an existing program, and what the federal government has done is they've chopped off an existing program. They put additional funds, so it wasn't a new program or necessarily even a new authorization, as much as there's an existing program and it's federally funded, and they have added on top of it to what the state is eligible for or authorized to use. All of that comes in again directly to the state appropriately, and we've tried to identify that in that larger file to kind of track on some of it. But again, trying to give you just some examples to think about it. So if we go to the one that we hear about the most currently, which is the CRF, we can go to your next slide. This is something that has been presented through Spark and through other entities, just showing it. It'll come up on the screen in a minute for those who have a packet on slide 4, just as a reminder in terms of the different buckets that have happened with the 1 billion that is just the CRF. And so that is the money that has been coming from Spark through the State Finance Council that has that clock of being able to expend it by the end of the calendar year. So this is actually just a rehash of what is going on in that space, because trying to put all of these funds in context for you. So as many of you know, round 1 investments went out to the counties. There are also some other allocations in that round 1 space. Round 2 investments were in those 4 bucket areas: public health, economic development, connectivity, education. And then the round 3 investments, which are ongoing now. There were discussions yesterday with Spark about priorities, things like testing and tracing, child care assistance, eviction and landlord assistance, various other priorities and essential needs. That conversation will continue, and Spark will meet again next Wednesday to determine, I believe, the buckets for their round 3 allocation. The piece that I want to show, so up until this point, I've really just kind of laid out what all the buckets are and what all the funding is. In the next slide, which is really, I believe, like kind of the final content slide in your packet, I want to talk a little bit about the reporting and the fund balances. I go back to this idea of starting with this level of complexity, right? From an administration standpoint, I would love for my team to be able to go in there and push a button and just pull a report and say, okay, the dollar amount that came in on this fund was 5.3 billion. Today we've spent this, the balance is 3.7 today. If you go back to the complexity of how all of these funds are coming in and how they're moving around, how some of them are direct, some of them are pass-through, some of them are reimbursement, it's not as simple as just running a fund balance. For some of those reimbursements, for instance, at any point in time when we grab that fund balance, it's actually going to be in a negative. Because it's in a negative because you then request your federal reimbursement that brings it back whole. So running just simple reports of fund balances may not actually get us everything that we need. So again, going back to what I'm calling our 4 C's approach, we recognize the complexity. It is essential that we're doing a coordination between the Recovery Office, Department of Administration, Division of Budget, and then communication and compliance are the next 2. And that's where we are using multiple reports to be able to ensure that we are capturing the reporting, the compliance, and those fund balances appropriately. So in our buckets right now of those reports, we have 3 major ones. The first is the DA-89, and DA-89 is actually what we use. It's just our standard process that's used because all state agencies have to report. They're prepared every year. The Office of Accounts and Reports, the DFA, is responsible for collecting these. Agencies report each individual program that used federal awards. So this is a standard document that we do every single year. But as you can imagine, for any of the awards that were used for these federal dollars for FY20, which would have just closed, it's going to be captured on the DA-89. But we're capturing all kind of other things on the DA-89 as well, because this is just the regular state reports. We take that every year, that is rolled up and it's used as part of our state audit, our regular auditing process. So we're using that because we'll be able to capture and see on the DA-89s at least through the end of FY20. And then as we come forward, we have our process where we're working with the agencies to kind of do it on a monthly basis. We're trying to get at least one clean snapshot at the DA-89 point and then continuing to move that forward. The other piece is that we have the non-CRF reports, and these are prepared monthly by the agencies. And so what they're doing is they're taking something similar to like this big chart. It actually has about 20 more fields for them. But for any agency, like if you were one of the recipients of one of these dollars, they're required to submit a monthly report showing where their balances are against that. So the first full month report was due on September 1. So, and I should mention the DA-89s, we just collected them on August 21st. So as you can imagine, our offices are pulling all the different funds. We're trying to clean it up and do the comparisons to see where we are, what other information we might need, what other questions we have. The other piece that I want to mention is the county expenditure reports. And that's, again, it goes back to just those CRF funds, that first round, the $400 million that went out to counties. For those of you who've been following Spark, they've been talking about these, but it's a sub piece, but it's a big piece because of the compliance and reporting requirements of us pushing those dollars out. So we're using that as well because it helps us with the overall accounting. We also have tried to line up our various reporting and all of it so that we're capturing similar information, whether it's non-CRF, it's the CRF from the counties, it's the CRF as a part of the round 2 grants that went out through those 4 buckets so that we have a consistency in the information that we're collecting. So I would have loved to have one additional column on this sheet that said fund balances. We're not quite there yet, but I want to be clear that it's not because we don't know or that it's loosey-goosey or, no one has their hands around it. It's because we're having to collect it in many different ways. But that coordination and communication is the key to ensuring as we begin to collect it, we can see what that picture is. And remembering that, yes, while CRF has a tight deadline on those funds for December, and it's why we have to push to be very consistent in monitoring that on a monthly basis, there are so many of these other funds that are going to go through 21 and 22 and 23. We're going to continue to monitor those as well and collect that information. But there's a different, for some of them, the fund balance might still be exactly what was authorized just because they haven't moved into the period to access it. It's been authorized for Kansas, it's not going anywhere. It just depends on when they need to access it or when they will begin to utilize it, depending on how the funds are set up. With that, I will try to answer any questions. I will say as I open it up for questions, there's a lot of this that changes on a daily basis. Guidance keeps coming out, information keeps coming out. We learn every day. We are talking to our partners at the federal level. We're talking with other states using best practices, what people are learning. So there's some things that we can answer that, to be very honest, there's some things that as you ask, I may not have an answer, but we will be committed to trying to find it out as we learn it. I stand for questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've been doing. Quite the journey for all of us, for you guys in particular. Questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary. I find this very compelling to actually see all the different programs and how the money is being distributed. I have questions on the distribution of those funds. But a couple weeks ago at my local Rotary Club, Senator Moran was the guest speaker, and he was talking about the amount of money that has come into the state of Kansas. So we're looking at 12.1. His office had basically accumulated about 13 billion coming into the state. And when we're looking at a state budget of 19.9 billion, 13 billion has come into the state of Kansas. I think it's kind of overwhelming. And that much money has come into the state of Kansas when our state budget, it's almost more than half of what our state budget is. But I just commend you for putting all this together. Some of the questions that I have, the first line, number one, the coronavirus food assistance program, which is just supposed to go out to agricultural producers. And obviously when we had the small business with capital grant that was administered through the Department of Commerce, we talked about it at Spark and then approved by the State Finance Council. When I talked to some agricultural producers, I'm one myself, but some ag producers didn't qualify for that given the time frame that was set, because there might be sales of commodities or cattle sales or other livestock sales, or it fell into that first 6 months of 2019 or 2020, and somehow they didn't, because of the way the money came into that particular agriculture business, they didn't have a 25% loss, and so they couldn't apply for funds. And so when we look at line item number one, it says primary recipient, agriculture producers. How do agriculture producers know how to apply for it? Because it is through application process. Is that through the Farm Service Agency that they have to go through, the USDA? I guess what is the process of when I go back home for a highly agriculture community and they do need some assistance? What is the pathway to where they know how to apply for this type of funding?
So this is a piece of that communication piece, but also a piece of the complexity piece, right? And so one of the things that we'll commit to is I'll get you a direct answer from our Department of Agriculture on how to apply and what that looks for. But what we found in some of these cases is that when dollars were rolled out at first, some of the guidelines or the guidance around it was very narrow, or it was set up a certain way. One of the things we've been trying to do is monitor it closely, because some of the guidance changes over time and the eligibility sometimes can change over time in terms of from the federal level, what they say is eligible to be included now or who might be eligible. It may or may not be the case in this instance, and we will run that down, but that's what we're finding. So that's also why we're trying to stay on top of it if certain, because guidance is coming out every day, like does the guidance change on this? Does something that we didn't think was eligible for now become eligible? Does that change who might get access to the dollars and how do we communicate that out? A lot of that we've been working through, the state agencies, various partners in industry, chambers of commerce, where the appropriate partners are, Department of Commerce, working with those appropriate partners to try to get the information to them, particularly when it's a direct aid type of thing. But in this case, we will have to get back to you, and I will have our Department of Agriculture follow up to tell you, because I don't know the specifics of this fund, but that's one of the pieces that we are working to try to do better and make sure that we are connecting with the right partners. So as we are learning more and more about who might be eligible or if that changes, how to apply in those direct instances, that we are pushing that to the right partners.
And I was kind of wondering how individuals would find out, because obviously, there were a lot of people, I was on the radio talking about the small business working capital grants. There's still people that know about it until I was on the radio and I heard me on a local radio talking about it. My next question, yesterday, when we had our SPARK committee, we were talking about how to move forward in round 3 and what we identify as the needs that we need to address in round 3. And probably the two that I felt we dominated the conversation on was obviously utilities, and then also child care support, and also testing. Those were the biggest items that we discussed yesterday. And so I look at line 62, and then we have a low-income home energy assistance program that was administered to the state of Kansas of approximately $9.3 million. And so are some of these funds that have been administered to the state of Kansas or to other entities, and then we're having a discussion in SPARK, are we going to have an overlap? Because we're talking about, I pulled that one out specifically because we're talking about assistance with utilities. If that individual happens to be unemployed and they can't make the utility payments. So will we see an overlap of funds that have already been distributed by the federal government, and then we're having a discussion in SPARK as well?
And I think, and Secretary Lorenz is here because I didn't know where the
She's been nodding her head, but I'm asking questions.
So Secretary Lorenz is here just so that for those that are not in the room, but also Larry Campbell is here because he just didn't know where the conversations were going. I may lean on them. I think one of the things that started yesterday in SPARK, if you remember, they tried to paint this picture a little bit to try to show how there was one of the slides that actually showed a distribution across the needs for some of those needs that you all were talking about to identify the other dollars. So I would defer to Secretary Lorenz and say if there's more that's going to be happening, we're trying to bring that together. Here's the caveat though, and this is what I would say. In this one, when you see the name of it and you think about the conversations you're having, we got to dig a little bit deeper because sometimes it's just like the ag example that you gave, how these funds were tagged at the federal level for usage and eligibility might be flowing into this space differently than we want to leverage the state dollars that we have control over. If that makes sense. And because of some of the stipulations that may have been put on the federal dollars, it might have to go to a certain type of entity where for the state, as we're taking action in this space, we wanted to go directly to the families, but it might have to go directly to the providers or, something like that. So I think that that'll be an interesting piece to kind of pull out in the conversation to make sure there's an understanding as these two come together for the SPARK committee of what does that mean and how or what were the stipulations on the federal dollars, and did it actually reach the impact or have reach where we would want it to reach in relationship to what you all are discussing in SPARK. But if you don't mind,
Can I make a comment first? I just wanted to answer a few of those questions, like how do we get the information? Sue Stringer from agritourism, she sent us an email, we didn't apply for anything, but all, when those programs came out, so I was receiving from those folks from the tourism. And then I also heard from REAP, which is a local quasi-business governmental group, sent all that information out. So did my chamber, they sent all that information out. And then last night on my way up, I was listening to, I don't know if anybody's had opportunity, but they've been doing the virtual tours for the Office of Rural Prosperity. And I thought that was interesting, the different areas they went into, because one in particular had to do with those housing programs. One to purchase a house, but also repair a house and make it more weatherized. But it was just interesting to me to hear all the different programs that are out there. So I think we're not getting them in one email, right? We're getting them from everybody that we're associated with. So I just wanted to share that. And Secretary Lorenz, if you wanted to answer Representative Waymaster's question, maybe or maybe not, right?
Julie Lorenz, KDOT Recovery Office. It may be more of a question to your question, unfortunately, but one of the things, so this morning, and I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I think the CDC has had some thoughts on evictions. So we need to take a look at what that means. So I think as we move into next week with SMART, we want to be thinking, instead of like eviction fund, we may want to think more about housing stability. And does that have a component for landlords? Does that have a component for eviction payments? Does that have a component for utility assistance? And so I think we might want to broaden out the way we're thinking about, so it was Senator Denning that brought up the utility issue, but evictions are part of that landlords. I think we're going to have to think a little more broadly about those buckets, so we make sure we can target some of those monies.
Senator Hart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as an example on that item 62, don't we get other federal, this is CARES money, don't we also get other federal money for YE or utility assistance? And that's not included in that 9.3 million.
Right, so that could be a great example of where it's an existing program and this particular bill added an authorization to add additional funding to a state existing program.
And I had a couple other questions. I don't think we can answer. Well, one of them I think we could answer. On your first slide with the 12.1 billion that we've anticipated funding approved, I assume that does not include unemployment benefits that have been paid out today, either from the state unemployment trust fund and the extra federal dollars that came, $600 per week, or is that in that multi-bill program?
So the state funds would not be, so from the trust would not be, because this is just a federal reporting. The second half of that, I'm not sure, we have to check, because there, if I remember, in one of the bills, there was an authorization for additional funding for unemployment, for, just from the very beginning. But let me verify, and we'll get that.
The other thing I don't think is in here is a $1,200 stimulus check that people got. It would be interesting to me. I'm sort of heading out. Obviously, one intention of this money and what I think we've been doing in the START committee is trying to save the state's economy, save people's lives in terms of their own living expenses, and save our small businesses. And so I think it's important, and I really like your report, in terms of just looking at the entire extent. We're very focused on the $1.25 billion, but there's a substantial amount of other money that's come into the state. And I think that the unemployment and the stimulus check needs to be put in there. And the thought that keeps coming to me, which I don't think we can answer yet, maybe when this is all over and whatever the new normal is, but every time we look at grants and money, for example, in my district, Fort Riley brings in a great deal of money. When we look at the impact to the state, and particularly in my region, we put an economic multiplier in there. So whatever federal dollars come to Fort Riley, we figure it's anywhere from a $3.5 to $4.5 billion economic impact because we have economic multiplier. I'm curious if we're getting that same kind of economic multiplier from this $12.1 billion. So that's a philosophical question, but I think it's an interesting one. The days are calmer to look at it, so we're better prepared for the next time we go down this path, which I hope is another 100 years. The other thing, and I think you kind of hinted at that we don't have this, but I think it's important when we look at the impact on the economy, that's your fourth column was funds. So I wonder, we're allocating these funds, but I'm not sure how much of that 12.1 billion is spent. I'm pretty sure the unemployment money is spent. I'm thinking the stimulus money that came to individuals gets spent. I'm guessing a lot of this has been spent. Also, in terms of helping our economy recover, there's another factor, and that's getting it spent. It may be wonderful to have it, but if it's sitting in an account somewhere and not circulating in the economy, then it's not really accomplishing what we want. And I don't think we know that. Am I correct?
Not yet, and that's what we're working on and are committed that we are working to bring that back to you, because once we get those various buckets of where we're pulling that information from, we should be able to give a report out on that with the caveat that there's some pockets in there, right? And even as you said, the word spent is interesting, because what I will say of this column that is on here that says funds approved for Kansas, that's approved, that's authorized. That doesn't even mean that all the funds in this column have actually reached us yet, or not even being spent, because of the nature of some of the funds. This is just the authorized amount for Kansas. So all of it is not necessarily dollars in hand in a fund in state yet. It means it's authorized, and some of them will be pulling down too, right? So it's authorized, received, and spent that we are trying to pay attention to, understand, and look at. And at any snapshot in time, that's going to be different. Our goal is to get to a rhythm where we can show you at least that snapshot in time, and then we continue bringing that back over time.
I think that's the other wild card that keeps me up late at night thinking about. Think of it as a Titanic, or some businesses, the ship's going down. We might have bought 100 lifeboats, and we got them and paid for them, but they're still on the ship, and they didn't get deployed. So I think sometimes we may not make the absolutely perfect decision, but if we don't make a decision and get the money circulating in the economy and helping people, even though it's there in the total figure. So I just raise that, and that question haunts me, because I like to be more careful and make sure we do our expenditures in the very best way possible. But we do have a time factor.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here. On line 60, child care and development block grant. You know, in our own budget, separate to federal money, we had millions of dollars in child care tax credits that were not spent. And a lot of it has to do with, especially with this, we lost a lot of daycares. We lost a lot of child care. And so they're not able to access these subsidies if they can't find a place to take their child. And this kind of to the Sparks Committee and all of you here, we need to take some of that money and use it in a grant situation for child care startups. It's $30 million does no good whatsoever if you can't find a daycare to take your child to. So I just want to weigh in on that. It just seems counterintuitive that we have $30 million for tax credits when you can't find a place to take your child. So, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think kind of piggybacking on what Representative Waymaster and Senator Hawk was talking about, I'm not concerned, I guess, with the money that is going directly to people, even directly to businesses or to agencies outside of the state agencies, I guess, because that money is hopefully being circulated. And my concern is the amount of money that we're talking here, almost the same as our budget, and it being multiple years, which I didn't realize that until today. I didn't realize some of this was multiple years. My concern is that, and there's probably no way you can necessarily answer this today, but we need to make sure that we're careful that we are not expanding current state agencies' work in that in a couple of years, now all of a sudden those monies are going to be gone and they're going to be coming to us and saying, hey, we need state money now to fill that position, fill those programs that we've already started. And I don't know for sure if you know how many of these programs that affects.
And I don't, what I will say is that me and Director Campbell had a little piece of this conversation because some of these are multi-year monies, and some of them are coming into an existing program, and some of them are new. I mean, some of them actually say you must stand up X, Y, and Z and deliver it, and then others are just adding on. One of the things that we talked about is as the regular kind of budget process kicks off with you all, during the session, it would be a great time because those agencies can give you a lot different level of detail than myself or even Director Campbell, where they actually, instead of you having this list of 90, if it's DCF, they would have their list of 5 that were authorized by these particular things, and it can actually give you a little bit more of those answers, or how that's playing against their existing, how they're folding it in. And I think it would be a much more robust and helpful conversation to answer your questions. I don't know that we'd be able to give you a good answer to that quickly or even in the next few months, but as I talked with Director Campbell about that, that's a good place for it, because those agencies actually can then tell you about the limitations on those dollars. And there are some times when there's an authorized amount, but because of the limitation that the guidance has given, we actually may not even be able to access the whole authorized amount in the legislation because of the trickiness of it unless the guidance changes. And again, the agencies themselves that are working with these dollars can provide that nuance.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't figure you'd be able to tell me today, but I want to start that conversation. I think others we're saying the same thing, that because we do have programs all the time that the feds offer. These programs, you stand up this program, you do this, and then the money kind of goes away, and sometimes the program ends, sometimes it doesn't. So I understand that. It's the ones that are kind of embedded in the state agency that I just don't want 2 to 3 years from now, all of a sudden, we have a $20-some billion budget simply because of this, that we've kind of grown accustomed to this amount of money coming in. So the other real quick question on the expenditures from the counties, will that be public as far as our website, or will we know kind of what each county is using that?
Yes, I believe there will be individual county reports. There will be individual county reports that are coming out. Actually, I think they're within the week.
15th, I think it said, was initial.
Around about that. They're doing the review right now. So, and working directly with the county to also give them feedback. So we'll be able to see what they reported on the 15th, feedback, and then what they're looking like going forward. But there will be individual county reports.
Right, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I guess I just want to highlight Representative Waymaster. Really important issue that, so we're making decisions in Spark, and I'm limited. I'll just speak for myself. I'm limited by my own knowledge base. So I would like you to keep very tuned into what we're doing and keep in mind the collaborative effort or how we might intersect with this. At thought Representative Carpenter's point was well taken, that, you know, we have child care tax credits, and we're talking about doing something in child care and Spark. I don't know enough to know what that is, but, you know, how maybe that's just an example of how some of these might work together and how we can do a better job of not working in a vacuum, understanding what you have going here. So anyway, just kind of want to highlight that point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, somebody whispering in my ear. All right, any other questions for the secretary? I don't see any. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Next we have on our agenda is update on year-to-date expenditures, Larry Campbell, Director of Budget.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be here, committee. What I was told to be prepared to do is two things. One is to bring into this committee the cash flow model that we take into the State Finance Council at the end of each fiscal year to show what we need as far as a certificate of indebtedness. So you have two attachments, I hope. They have them? Okay, great. The first one is the lengthier one. It's maybe 8 or 10 pages. And here's what the front looks like. This is the one I'm referring to first. This was done, as you can see at the bottom of the date, this is done June 23rd. So if you'll just flip over one page, I'm on a page where it starts out at the very top left. It says July 1. And so we have a cash flow model in our shop that has actually done a surface well. From what I can tell, it has been accurate enough to not get us in trouble. But understand that's all this is. This was a model done on June 23rd, prior to us ending the year and reconciling and knowing exactly, so it's still got a lot of estimates in it. But the intent of this model is simply this: how much do we need in a certificate so that we can always pay our bills on time? And that's what this is. So there's two things I'd like to highlight. On the page I referred you to, which is about page 3, if you look down, you'll see some red over to the far right. You can see if we didn't get a 900 million certificate, or if we didn't get any certificate, we would be in the red right out of the gate at the beginning of the year. So that's why you go in and ask for the certificate. This is your sheet numbers here without any kind of certificate. Then, if you will, turn over to about the third from last page. And April, and look, you're looking for April 12th, 2021. Surprisingly, it was kind of an odd thing to a math person, that each year, this is about our low. It's been each of the past years, we hit our low at almost this exact same time every year. And you can see on April 13th or so, we would have been 899 million in the red had we not got the certificate. So with that information, I went in and asked for a 900 million certificate, which is not the high. We were at those levels a few years ago. Thankfully, with revenue, with things changing, 3 years ago, we were able to go down to 600 million, and then 2 years ago, down to 275. And we were hoping to not have a certificate this year, honestly, until COVID hit. And now we're back up to 900 million. So all this does is give you information of one of the models we use to try to protect the state cash flow and that we can always pay. Then when I was, well, if you would, Madam Chairman, I could just wait for questions on that, but here's kind of the piece I think you're headed for. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Larry, every year we have this debate about the ending balance.
Right.
You know, and so if looking at this, if we would keep probably around the 13% ending balance, we wouldn't have to have a certificate every year.
You're getting very close to not having one, and that's why I was kind of fearful of, I'm not sure this is giving you the information. You could still make, let's say your business is showing, holy cow, next year we're gonna make $1 million profit. There could still be times during the year where you say, oh, I don't have that crop come in, I have these expenses. It still may not help you. This is strictly cash flow.
Okay. So that being said, and I understand that, what does the certificate of indebtedness actually cost us?
Nothing.
Okay. So it's really not that big of a deal.
No.
To do it. So sometimes I wonder if the ending balance debate that we have is as big of a deal as what we make it to be a big of a deal. Kind of what I'm saying.
Well, again, that was sort of my fear. This would not help you come to any conclusions on an ending balance or help you come to any conclusions on revenues or receipts or expenses. This is strictly during the year based on what we think will come in and based on, and we do the best you can. You have a long history with Kansas, so some of the departments you can pretty much guess at it. Say, okay, they had $2 million and it's going to come evenly. There are those though that we check with specifically. They do a good job for us, like education. Some of the big, large transfers, we try to really drill down and know, okay, is that going to be April 15th or April 17th? It really matters. And our payroll is pretty big. So we just, again, this doesn't give you anything but cash flow.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Right, so taking it to the farm, gotta put my crop out. Well, I have to borrow money now, presumably ministers. They probably don't have to borrow any money. But I borrow that money based on I'm gonna get the crop and pay it off. Only I have to pay interest and you don't.
So going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so then there's another handout, and we were asked to then take the model that we had on June 23rd to give us the certificate, and then how have we done the last, how does that compare to what we've actually done? So on one side is July, if you'll go to that side first. So on the far left, you can see our model. The far left is our model, and then the next square is actual. And so I think that's all that's important is to go down to the very bottom. You'll see that in our model, we were showing that in July, we would bring in 1.8 billion in revenue, and that our expenses would be 1.1. What actually happened, if you go over to the other box out of the very bottom, what actually happened is we brought in 1.8 billion. And you can see we're no more than 500 million off, and that could be a matter of a day or 2 days. So it's, again, you can't glean too much from this. It's the whole year that matters. But on this model, we were saying we would bring in 1.8 billion, 0.3, and we brought in 1.8 billion, 0.8. And then also at the time of the model and trying to project for July, we had estimated we'd have 1.125 billion in expenses. We actually had 1.04. So we brought in a little more, spent out a little less. Just for this month, the very next day, 240, and actually you can see it on here. So flip over to August, if you will. And you'll see here, just sort of the opposite, keeps that going the same way. And our estimate of our model for August, we were showing we'd bring in 442 million in revenue, and our expenses would be 530. What actually happened is we brought in 521, and our expenses were 484. So this, what is important to us as a state, important to you guys for the integrity of making sure we can make our payments. The model works. If you look at it and try to glean any information you can, I mean, we ended 1 month and thinking, oh my goodness, we're down on revenues. And the next day, the next month, the next day of the month, revenue opened $58 million in checks. So it can really swing, but as long as we're average, and I've always got money in the bank, this morning we had 1.3 billion in the bank, which we need.
Questions for Larry? Well, we just need to, oops, I'm sorry, I don't have my mic on. Take a look at that testing so we can keep people working, childcare. Representative Wayman.
Madam Chair, this kind of goes back to the question that Representative Hoffman posed to Secretary Morales in regards to the state agencies that are going to be receiving CARES Act money or direct money from the federal government. And actually, you and I are kind of having a sidebar conversation on that. We're getting into the budgeting process with the state agencies. And is it possible that when they submit their budgets, that there's kind of a separate line item for monies that have been received from that state agency due to COVID-19 from the federal government or the CARES Act or the SPARK committee? Can we separate that off and not have it funnel into the existing counts within their budget so we know what's been received? So when we do have money that's coming in 2022 and 2023, and then let's say the federal dollars in, as the example that Representative Hoffman made, then the agency may come back and say, well, we want to keep this going, so we need to have state general fund to pay for it. Do we have that in the budgeting process? So when we're looking through the books in our budget committees and in appropriations and ways and means, we have that separated out.
I hope I'm giving you the right answer. First off, it's a great thing to be watching. It's a great question. It is not being factored in our budget process. We're staying pure. So the budget instructions I sent out and in 13 days, but agencies are supposed to submit their budget. It's going to be state general, here's what we're expecting to bring in. Here's if it's a fee agency, and here's what our expenses are. Those expenses are normal business as normal. The COVID money has been helping with programs mainly. So they got the program. I guess the meat of where you're headed is this. I appreciate this discussion earlier, and here's the deal. No, we don't want this to expand. This is not meant to expand government. I don't think it will. We've asked for budgets to come in conservative and not expansion. I mean, I've already sent that letter out probably at the end of March or April at the governor's instructions is hold the ship tight. No raises, keep a tight ship. I don't think, this is my feeling, I don't think this will slip us into expanding things. I've been clear on this, and you're not expanding. This is not the time to expand programs on. But that has nothing to do with the money that's coming in out to people and out to programs, or if they need more people, just for COVID. So what I guess I'm trying to say and articulate is this. Inherently in what we're doing in the budget process, we don't want it to expand either. But guys, this COVID, we don't know what it will cause 2 years from now. Now, it could be over, but it has changed this landscape and game. And you all decide, okay, we need to keep doing that in this area. That'll be your choice. But so within our budget, we're staying true to the way we budgeted in the past. Now, to answer your question, in your committees, I think you definitely need to get, okay, what did you get in for COVID money and how much is going out? It's not really, and it could be in our narrative, but we're staying with, this is this SGF, this is the revenue, this is the expenses, and we're not calculating COVID. And I don't really have a way to do that other than the narrative that's just saying, okay, how much did you get in?
Wait, so you just kind of said there's no way of calculating exactly what is then coming in from the federal government to particular state agencies that can be separated or into a separate line item in their budget. The only reason why I kind of propose this is because I don't want the state of Kansas to get into a precarious situation where we see a particular all funds in a balance or a particular fund within that agency receiving money from the federal government, and somehow we move that into something to fund something else, and the federal government comes back and says, no, that was COVID-19 money, we should have used it for this. And I just want to make sure that when we're going through the budgeting process next session, that if it could be possible, I suppose, kind of asking the question, to separate that money out so we know specifically that that money is used for COVID-19 related items and can't be maneuvered through the budget process into something else.
Oh, I'm clear. I did not say you would not know that. No, I think they'll be able to come in and say, we got this much money and we spent this much money. But it's in reporting of the COVID dollars. It won't be necessarily tied or that clear within their budgets.
Thank you.
Senator Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thanks for being here, Larry.
Yes, sir.
First 2 months here, revenue's coming in above projections. So, rest of the year, what do you see in the crystal ball? I mean, when we did worst case scenarios, did we go too low, or are we actually not much better? I mean, you start looking at the numbers, and it looks like we are doing way better. It's not near as bad as predicted. So, what do you think?
My answer to you is 2 months is, no, I don't know. I don't know. I can tell you we're concerned about September and October. We were a little surprised by July and August and pleasantly surprised. I don't know that we have a trend yet to know that.
How about on Department of Revenue? Do we have any people that are OTAX that haven't been able to pay them? Are we carrying, do we have an amount there that we're carrying?
I would not know that. I hear old information, or, I asked that question, but I don't have up to date. That you could get an accurate answer from the Department of Revenue. Forgive me, there's always, there's always outstanding balances, but I don't know how much are in it.
So do you have any projections of any year-end balances?
Our office has not submitted anything public. We run internal documents. The only thing, a profile for FY22 that I know that's out there public is what Legislature Research has put out there. I want to wait till November, CRE, and we are, as we talked about, we're in such a changing time that I will probably not. I mean, if the governor instructs me to do one, I don't think we should probably put one out there until we have better information, which would be about January.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Larry, for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to have Department of Commerce request for funding, David Tolan, Secretary of Commerce by phone. David Stoffer will, Public Service Executive will be in person, slides on Zoom.
Good morning, Chairwoman McGinn, Vice Chairman Waymaster, members of the committee.
Can't hear you, hang on. Try again.
Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman McGinn, Vice Chair Waymaster, members of the committee. Is the audio okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on our request for additional job creation fund dollars from the state's COVID fund, and to provide you with an update on the balance in the JCF from when we last testified on July 15th. So next slide, please. I'd like to start with a quick recap of the issue at hand and why this request is so crucial to our state's economic recovery and to its growth. We're requesting $5 million from the state's COVID fund to sustain our ability to compete for new jobs in a time of high unemployment. Many of us know Kansans who either lost their jobs or seen a reduction in their hours as a result of the pandemic's effects. This includes many high-skilled workers who will be faced with difficult decisions in the next year. We must do everything that we can to bring jobs into our state to replace those that have been lost, while also working with our existing businesses to help them weather this storm and start growing again. I do have some very positive news, though. I can share with you that our deal pipeline continues to be experiencing a surge in economic development opportunities. Our total deal pipeline is up 17% over the same time last year. As a result of having a full-time recruitment staff across the country, we are seeing new opportunities and bringing them to the state. Kansas is strategically very well positioned right now to seize opportunities that have been created as a result of COVID, particularly in logistics, distribution, food processing, and PPE production. And I would add that the challenges that coastal states are facing provide major opportunities for states in the middle of the country like Kansas. I also think it's important to focus on the change that the market has seen as a result of the pandemic. If you're a business owner, which I know several of you are, when a recession hits and the economy tightens, access to capital is absolutely crucial to your business. The companies we're working with have the same issue and need when it comes to incentives. So when contemplating a move or an expansion right now, immediate incentives are far more valuable to those companies than incentives which can't be redeemed until months and often years down the road. JCF is the only immediate incentive the state of Kansas has to offer, which is why it has been used at a far greater rate this year. Now, I should stress that just because companies want immediate incentives doesn't mean that they get them. In fact, JCF is a rarely used incentive for us. As I mentioned, we have a full recruitment team that has decades of knowledge and experience to evaluate what it is that companies need in order to get them to Kansas and the return on investment that the state will get. We value the resources that we receive, and we are protective and perhaps stingy in making sure that we use these dollars efficiently and effectively. So while JCF is not the only source to meet this change in the market, we are making sure that we use every dollar very carefully. It's also important to note that $5 million of JCF went into the Hire Fund, which was created in March to help hospitality businesses who are feeling the immediate effects of the pandemic. This did have an effect on the balance, reducing it by $5 million, which we are seeing and feeling today. But we are very proud that we were able to find a creative way to quickly use existing resources to help the state's hospitality businesses keep their lights on. So next slide. One of the questions that I get asked is, what are the types of companies that typically receive a JCF offer? So it's interesting to show the diversities of companies and areas that JCF is able to impact. And I need to note that several of these deals are still awaiting a final contract signature, at which point they will become public. And so not all these details are available, but I can share that JCF is part of the offer we made to the following companies. So for example, to highlight Urban Outfitters in Kansas City is a recent success. They've decided to locate their new omni-channel distribution center near the Kansas Speedway, creating more than 2,000 jobs and $400 million in new capital investment just in this first phase of their investment in Kansas. Kubota is a worldwide leader in manufacturing and engineering farm and construction equipment. They located their logistics and distribution facilities in Edgerton last year, and last month announced publicly their purchase of the former Phillips lighting facility in Salina, which will become a center of their new North American manufacturing operations. And to continue, Seaboard Energy in Southwest Kansas is locating their biofuel manufacturing facility in Hugoton. We've got Anderson Forrester, which manufactures gas and propane products in Wichita. Park Aerospace, which manufactures composites for the aerospace sector in we have Schwann's, which is an international brand, leading food producer in the United States, which also announced last month a $600 million expansion in Salina. So next slide. So let's talk about what offers are still out there. Cumulatively, right now we have 10 JCF offers that are outstanding for a total of $6.6 million. These offers in total would add 2,400 jobs and over $243 million in capital investment to our state at an average salary of a little more than $48,000. You can see we've broken it down by region. So 3 of these are in the Kansas City metro, 1 in Northeast Kansas outside of the metro, 2 in North Central, 1 in South Central with 1 that's likely coming in the next several weeks, 1 in Western Kansas, and then we have 1 where the company, or rather 2, where the company has not determined what region of the state they would locate in. So next slide. A lot has changed since I last testified before you on July 15th, and it's all good. So as you can see by this chart, we've been very busy. We've agreed to deals with multiple companies and raised our announced offers from $750,000 to over $9 million, which is a 1,200% increase in just 6 weeks. As a result, you can see that our pending offers, which are where we've extended an offer, but the company has not yet made a decision, has been cut by about 53%. So in shorthand, what that means is that we've converted more potential jobs and potential investment into actual jobs and actual investment. So we're getting deals done. And while this is certainly great news for the state, it has created a crunch, though, on the Job Creation Fund. So next slide. As of today, we have $1.6 million that is unobligated in the Job Creation Fund. However, we do expect to extend additional offers in the coming weeks, and frankly, as soon as next week. This will continue to drive our balance close to zero. If we reach zero, we will not be able to extend additional offers or adjust existing offers in order to win a project. And so without this additional funding infusion, we anticipate that we will run out of funding by January at the latest. This will hinder the state's ability to compete with other states to get new jobs and new capital investment. It's critical that we do not reach this point, and for this reason, we are humbly requesting that the committee recommend our request favorably to the Legislative Coordinating Council. In spite of a lot of bad news in the world today, to be frank, the state is on a roll with economic development, and I don't want to lose that. So thank you again for allowing me to testify today. I'd be happy to stand for questions. I also have David Sofer, our Legislative Director, and Bob North, our Chief Counsel, with me via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I do have a question on trying to understand on your 3rd slide, Arc Aerospace. As far as I know, they've been in Newton for some time and just expanded last year. I don't understand why they're a recent JCF, unless they're expanding somewhere else. I don't know about it.
So what we gave here was a mix of JCF offers that have both been extended this year and some from previous years going back to 2018. So trying to show the diversity of types of companies that have received JCF.
In a real recent. Other questions for the Secretary? Senator Bellinger?
Madam Chairman, David, thank you for joining us today. Just a couple of questions. One example you give was Urban Outfitters, 2,000 jobs. How long before these jobs start? I mean, when will they start hiring? Once they're located, and I don't know, are we talking building new buildings, and are we talking something that won't happen for a year or 2?
Yeah, Senator, good question. So in that particular case, they're breaking ground this month on construction. It's an 11-month construction window. They will probably start hiring about month 10, maybe a little before, so that they're ramped up, they can do their training and be ready to hit the ground running when the facility is actually completed. So it'll be about a year before these the jobs are actually here. There's long lead time on these. In that case, a year is pretty fast, frankly, though, for a project of this magnitude. So, but it has a little bit of a lead time there.
So most of these proposals that you have out are have to include construction time and so forth. Are some of these quicker than that?
If I heard your question correctly, so are there different timelines on construction and when these start? Yes, there are. So in some cases, for example, with Seaboard down in Southwest Kansas, so there's an existing facility there and there are modifications that are being made, but it will be on a faster timeline than something that is a ground up construction, which is more like Urban Outfitters where you've got a long lead time, or in Salina with Schwann's. So there's 300 new jobs associated with that investment, but they've got to build a massive facility, and that's going to take, I think in that case, 16 to 18 months to get the whole thing up and running. So it really depends on the company, but our emphasis is always on trying to get as many people employed as quickly as possible, particularly knowing that we're suffering from higher than usual unemployment.
Right, and like Kubota, you said it only to exist, so hopefully that one will be shorter, or might just, is that the right way to think of that one?
I apologize, Senator Billinger. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing.
The Kubota in Salina, I think you said it was going into a factory that used to do light bulbs.
Yes.
Will that process quicker?
Yeah, so with Kubota in Salina, they're going into the former Phillips facility. It's a 750,000 square foot building, and in that case, they're going to start with hiring, I think, 155 employees, but they've got substantial room to grow. And so there's a phase out period with the existing occupant of that facility that will take several months, but Kubota will be hitting the ground running with their modifications, I believe, second quarter of 2021, so next year.
Thank you.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. What is the current balance of the job creation fund? Of the unobligated, what is the current balance?
Okay, so the unobligated is 1.6. I've got David Sofer here who has the balance. David, can you comment, please?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe the total is 22 million available in the fund itself. But as we mentioned, 20.5 million is obligated in one which way, shape, or form. So it's about 1.6 million that's left for us to be able to offer funds.
Great. Thank you. And then I guess seeing the trend that's been going on the last few months with companies being interested in moving into the state of Kansas, how do you foresee the next quarter moving in that? Do you anticipate that being in the same number of businesses interested in moving to the state of Kansas, or do you think that number will drop? Because we'll be looking at the holiday season. I mean, for the next, I'm just kind of wondering how the next quarter may look like as far as you can have additional funds in the job creation fund.
That's a great question, Representative Waymaster, and I wish I had a crystal ball. I can tell you that our deal flow, and this comes from our recruiters around the country, they haven't seen any decline in the number of opportunities, even in the last 6 weeks. So it stayed steady, and I would anticipate that we're going to see more deals related to logistics and e-commerce, and there will be some more announcements coming this month. in that sector, which are good news for Kansas and for multiple communities. And I think we will also probably see more food production related deals along with PPE. So companies that may not have been engaged in the production of PPE have started to do that in some cases. And we have other companies which were already in that space that have expanded their production. And we're trying to make sure that Kansas is first in their mind for those that are located outside of the state. So we're really hustling in those areas. And I'm hopeful that what we can do through the fourth quarter is just run as hard and fast as we can and take advantage of all these opportunities right now when it's hot.
So on the one slide, you said there are 10 offers that are pending.
Correct.
What are the prospective companies that are being looked at, a number of those?
So on those, I can't release the names of the companies, but I can descriptions of the sectors. So 4 of those are logistics and distribution related. 3 of them are engaged in some form of manufacturing. We have 2 that are professional service related and 1 that is food production related.
But beyond those 10, what are some of the other businesses that the department is pursuing to have those businesses relocate or set up a place of business in the state of Kansas beyond the 10 that are pending? Do we have a number?
Well, our total deal pipeline, I believe, is 206.
That's the total amount of businesses that's in your pipeline. It's 206.
206.
Right now.
Yeah, that's last Friday's figure. I don't know what it is as of today, but as of last Friday, we had 206 in our pipeline.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative.
So the 4.8 is definitely going to be spent. I'm looking at this right. And the 9.1 also. Are those 2 definitely being spent?
That's correct.
Okay. So the 6.6 are just offers that have been extended. So what's
Correct.
Right, okay. And then you add all those up and then the 1.6, you get the 22 million. So on average, and not looking back, but I guess in this last year where you've worked to offer all these, what's the timeline of offers to actually getting something executed or announced? And then what's been the average? So the average, what I mean is, are you offering to 20 and you get half of them to actually do something, or 25% of them to actually do something? What's the timeline been about from the pending to then executed or announced?
Yeah, those are great, Representative. So first on our batting average, we're batting about 600 at the moment. So we anticipate that, about 60% of these we will be able to execute on successfully. I will say that is going up though. As we get more wins, it generates more interest in the state. So it's attractive to companies to see that Kansas has been selected by Urban Outfitters, has been selected by Schwann's and so forth, by Kubota, for these major investments. And so other companies start paying attention, and so that's driving the success rate up. So that's good. In terms of the timeline question, one of the changes we've seen in the market as well is that companies are right now moving very quickly. So where often we might be working a recruitment of a company for 9 to 12 to 15 to 18 months, we still have those, but the deals that are hot right now, they're ready to go. They want to make a decision quickly. They're trying to get into a building or get into the dirt and get going. So we're having to move quickly. We're moving at the speed of business, and I'm really pleased with our ability to keep up.
Okay. But you still didn't give me you don't really know a timeline then on what's the average? I mean, has it been taking 12 months, or has it been taking 6 months or 4 months? And I know it's different with all of them, but what's been the average, I guess?
Let me ask Bob North, our chief counsel, who's on the line. He might have a better sense of what the average is, both before and today. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, David. I think about 12 months would probably be an average, but I agree with you that in the recently we've seen projects like, let's take Urban Outfitters. It moved significantly faster for such a large project than what we've seen in the past. So, and that does seem to be a trend, that projects are moving quicker, and companies, they're poised, they're ready to make decisions. And so that's speeding everything up on our end. But I would say around 12 months is probably an average. We're not in a position to make any proposals at a time when we don't have sufficient unobligated funds in JCF. So the fact that it takes an average of 12 months, we would start to see that reflected in our ability to make offers if we didn't have additional funds.
So the 6.6 you think will be tied up for 12 months? Or around there?
You said the 6.6, like the pending offers that we have extended out.
Yeah, it potentially could be tied up for 12 months. I think we would probably hear from, let's estimate 3 or 4 of those companies, much sooner than that.
And then just to clarify, one last, you said 60%, and you said there's about 200, so you're saying you're going to 120 new companies?
We'll see. I'm very hopeful based on the way Kansas is lining up strategically with company investment plans, and frankly just the hustle of our team around the country and our folks that are in state. I think we have a very good opportunity to bring a lot of deals to the state of Kansas right now.
Madam Chair, Secretary Jones, thank you in particular for Urban Outfitters. We're really excited about that in Kansas City, Kansas, and working with our local economic development council. That's the way it's supposed to work, and it really did in this case. We have some good news. What to be bad news. My question is, and the chief counsel already kind of touched on this in his answer, but what happens if we don't approve this $5 million? Real world, what happens to your efforts?
Well, as we approach the point of having a zero balance in the job creation fund, we will no longer be able to extend cash offers to companies. So, job creation fund is a deal closing fund. It's where we might have on PEAK and HPIP and our other incentives. Often we line up with other states who have similar incentive packages, and so it's pretty even. We use JCF to put Kansas over the top, to give us that bump so that we can win. And so we will continue to make offers that involve PEAK and HPIP and the like. But without the job creation fund, we're simply not going to be as competitive in actually winning those economic development opportunities.
Any other questions for the Secretary? Now a problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, one last question. You said you're working with about 200. How many of those have you made offers to, and how many are left to make offers to?
So in terms of JCF offers, now I can get you a breakdown of how many of those 206 in our deal pipeline have other incentive proposals that would be PEAK and HPIP and the like that have been extended. I don't have that data with me today, but we will be glad to provide that to you.
I think that would be good to have.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
And the 6.6 million does not include those 10 that you had on. Is that right? You said those 10 are the 6.6. So I guess I'm looking at if you're wanting another 6.6 basically, or 6.1. How many of them that's going to cover of that 10?
So the 6.6 represents those 10 JCF offers that are out. And then we have another 196 projects, economic development opportunities that we're working beyond that. So our request today is for $5 million from the state's COVID fund that would go into the JCF account.
200, that doesn't include the ones that have been executed and announced. 206 that you said you're working with, that doesn't include those two?
Yeah, these are deals that haven't been executed yet. These are potential deals for the state. So it does not include those on the slide that show executed and announced.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll have some discussion on this after our lunch break, so.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Before we move to State Fair, because we're gonna have JG's update as well, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, as close to 5 minutes as you can. And then, as you know, we have 30 minutes at lunch, so that if you need to make some calls or anything else, you have that time. So we'll take a 5-minute break and be back here at 11:25. Oh, yeah.
Only 6 was the candidate, the others are.
Yeah, it was something with that mic.
Are we still not getting any audio?
No, it's hard to hear you from this.
I think.
Well, consider the beginning, let's turn it off. Because we turned the mics off. But, yeah, so the sound from Zoom, this is how you hear the Zoom people, because the Zoomers are coming out of here.
Okay.
So that's how it's through the audio, but
But that should not affect.
nope, that computer controls this room to Zoom.
Sorry. Copy paste it in there, create the balloon list, copy out of there, paste it in there.
Yeah, that goes through the audio. So that's whatever goes through the microphones is what the Zoom people hear. But we're not hearing it anymore for some reason.
Like this. I know there's a keystroke word they used to use. We'll just use it. Real
It started out fine, it started out. Yeah, it was not muffled, it was muffled, it was a little clear, but I had it on like 89, and it was very muffled.
Hey, Erin, are you on Zoom still?
Yes, I am.
Are you hearing us a little more clear?
Yeah, pretty clear, yes.
Okay.
Even if you're asynchronous.
Yeah, it's not better in person.
You have that same. Diabetes or did I die of COVID? There's much higher risk. For instance, the one that works is steroid.
Right. Okay, Erin, one more time, are you hearing us a little more clear in the room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Are we on? You already had me on.
Yeah, you were on, I was just touching.
That's the result. I don't know how they did. This is as far as I'm going in terms of obstructing. My election, I can't. So the pressure's on. And, you know, it's, you have it fun. Probably not. I wish I lived in Lawrence, so I had a few more Democrats. No. We have a lot of unaffiliated. There's about 35 to 40% Republican. So there's no. But there are a lot of people that Democrat friendly with their
No. He's not able to be
My
here.
opponent hadn't even lived in. No, but.
All right, let's get started. Well, where's the rest of my committee? I thought they were out in the hallway.
I'm taking that.
Yeah. I just been here, but I can't believe I went all morning without my phone.
You went to Catholic school, you said? And what did you say?
She's on time. She's on time. She didn't want to get her hands.
Yeah, that's right.
My wife went to Catholic school.
Hey. Are they out there? Boy, you think you guys are senators or something. All right.
accidentally called us senators.
Yeah. Okay, you have before you a project plan from this morning from Alan about just some timelines that they are trying to work from. So at this time, we have Kansas State Fair here with us today to tell us a little bit about some of the dilemma they've had here in the last few months. So first we have David Tobias, the interim general manager of the State Fair. Welcome, David.
Like I said, like you said, I'm interim general manager.
Yeah, see the light. On?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, just raise it up so you can.
Okay, again, I'm David Tobias, interim general manager of the Kansas State Fair. I have with me Colin Leach from KDA. She's the CFO and does our financials there at the fair. Good morning and thank you for letting me speak about the fair's financial situation. For the first time in 106 uninterrupted years since its inception in 1913, the Kansas State Fair was canceled. Due to the 2020 cancellation and lack of anticipated revenue, our projected shortfall is at least $2.3 million for fiscal year 21, which is based on 2019 fair attendance and revenue numbers. The fair is a fee-funded agency of the state of Kansas. Its operating budget is generated from gate admission, concert sales, commercial exhibits, food and beverage sales, sponsors, and non-fair rentals. To compensate for the lack of revenue, the fair has already let go of some staff, implementing furloughs and put capital projects on hold. The state fair currently has 5 open positions, plus 4 positions being furloughed. One of the capital projects put on hold was the Expo building renovation. This is one of our most used buildings, and it was not part of the 2001 master plan. The Expo hasn't had any major updates since it was built in 1964. At the end of the day, there will be very little money available for the pre-planning of the 2021 fair, nor will there be any funds in the current fiscal year for unexpected expenditures relating to aging infrastructure. The Kansas State Fair has tried to estimate our expenditures and revenues for the remainder of fiscal year 21 as accurately as possible. But any deviation from that could put the preparations of the fair and the financials in jeopardy. Meanwhile, due to the current limitations of federal funding not being able to be used for lost revenue by state agencies, the fair is in a unique situation. The financial situation that we are currently in as of yesterday, the fee fund has $389,000. Our local bank account has $358,000 after the $25,000 refund payments for e-techs for refunds. The capital improvement fund currently has $624,000 in it, for a total of 1.371. Kansas State Fair has projected expenditures in fiscal year 21 of $3.4 million. As this is a very fluid number, as the fair has many buildings with aging infrastructure. Projected 21 revenues of $5 million, which includes drawing down the current Hutchinson Community Foundation Friends of the Fair account to reach this number, which I'm not in favor of because this would mean using sponsorship dollars for operational costs and utilizing all carryover balances that we have in the coffers. The projected 21 revised budget appears we could have a balance of $1.6 million by June 30th. This is with draining the Community Foundation account, which also houses funds for our premier livestock grand drive show. These projected revenues hinge on concert ticket sales coming in, acquiring sponsorships, commercial vendors returning, and non-fair rental of buildings, and any other fees and funding we receive prepared for the fair. Again, none of these are a guarantee. There has been interest and work done to use Grand Drive funds of the Hutchinson Community Foundation to develop scholarships for Grand Drive youth. However, if we use all of these funds to survive, we will not have the opportunity to provide these scholarships to youth in the future. The foundation funds were also going to go to payments of renovating the Expo Center that was due to start after the 2020 fair, but has now been put on hold. We do not feel that utilizing these funds in this account is a wise fiduciary move. both from a donor perspective and for future planning. I've had conversations with the Kansas Department of Commerce Secretary Tolan, as well as with Will Lawrence with the governor's office. Both have assured me that the delegation is aware of our situation and is committed to helping the fair financially. However, they stated that it now lies in the hands of the delegation of Washington to change federal guidelines on how the CARES funding can be distributed and utilized. Secretary Tolan and Lawrence did confirm that they are earmarking $2.3 million in round 3 to the state fair, contingent on the federal law being changed for the ability to disperse. We do appreciate the work on this, but this is not a guarantee. We did reach out to both Senator Moran and Representative Roger Marshall's offices about the federal legislation that has been introduced to support fairs for economic loss. This was introduced into Congress on July 30th with the sole purpose of aiding agricultural fairs for losses sustained due to COVID-19. The Agricultural Fairs Rescue Act will provide $500 million in grant funding to support the nation's state and county fairs. In closing, I'd like to remind you that the Kansas State Fair is an important asset to not just Reno County, but the entire state economy. The economic impact for Kansas is more than $70 million, according to a 2018 Kansas Department of Agriculture estimates. And for the 60-mile radius around Hutchinson, it exceeds $40 million. 4-H and FFA, as part of the fair's backbone, youth work all year on projects in hopes of entering them in the state fair. They qualify at the county level to bring projects to Hutchinson in September. The Grand Drive weekend, the fair's premier 4-H and FFA youth livestock show draws in more than 800 youth exhibitors. On average, nearly 700 vendors have space at the fair to promote their products or to give out information. And about 85% of the fair's vendors are from Kansas. About 14,000 school-age children participate in our Kansas' largest classroom program. The Kansas State Fair's goal is to keep the fair tradition alive for future generations to enjoy. I appreciate your time, and I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. I just want to get a feel for when you don't have events. So how many employees, before all the layoffs and furloughing happened, how many employees do you have?
26 FTEs.
And what do you have now?
We are down to 20.
And then you said you're furloughing some of the 20?
4.
And so are you using the facilities at all for anything? Is anybody renting some of the space?
Yeah, we rent through every month. There's either a wedding or a reception, or there's always something going on. So we are renting the buildings. And over the next 3 weekends in September, we do have our livestock shows going on as well.
So you feel like this 20 minus the 4 that's going to be flexible, that number allows you to do the off-season operations? I assume you mow your grounds, you do all that, you do everything. I was just, thank you, I appreciate having that perspective. Other questions, Senator Hawk?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to have you, and thanks for stepping up. These tough times to be interim general manager. Something you're excited about, because I can tell you love the fair, and it's also a curse to do it at this time in your life, but thank you. I think we all appreciate that. We had some spirited conversation over the last several years about a couple of things that became extra charges. And I wonder if you've talked to the city of Hutchinson about their wastewater charges that were increased significantly. They might be willing to help out on that as we're in this transitional period. And there was also another thing relative to the utilities through Evergy that I think was a huge increase on the budget. I don't know that it comes close to the 2.3 million you're asking about, but I just wondered if because I think they do have, hopefully, an investment in seeing the fair continue and survive.
you might waive that fee. We talked about how maybe that wasn't, shouldn't have been seen as applicable to the fair as it was to other commercial type properties. Same way with the way, and I don't remember the details of the rate, so I just suggest that might be worth seeing if you can negotiate that. And our committee is concerned about utilities for people who are evicted. I would contend that this is kind of a special circumstance relative to that change in structure on your utilities.
We can have that discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think wastewater would be down.
He is probably still.
Hasn't done anything, correct. Representative Waymaster.
Madam Chair, thank you, Dave, for being here. I had numerous telephone calls last week in regards to the state fair and the dire situation that they're in. And just the unfortunate circumstance that you weren't able to have the fair after 106 years. You had to cancel it, which is your primary revenue driver for the maintenance of the fair. I have a few questions. Of the 20 FTEs that you currently have, you had 26 total. Does the general manager fall under that?
Yeah, that's actually my old position. I was the director of operations and HR. Basically, Robin left, I moved up, which left no.
Okay, so your old position is open.
Correct. That's part of that 5.
And I don't know if it was, I can't remember. Like I said, I had numerous phone calls about the state fair. And the concern is that if you have to continue furloughing people, and we do want to have an operational fair in 2021, that'll inhibit the fair from doing that because you won't have the personnel in place.
Right. I mean, I worry about the current ones that I'm putting on furlough, as they are essential to business, getting things done for 2021. I think I've only put one furlough for a couple months, so I think we're okay. But I do worry about them looking for something. It's just hard. You can't just bring somebody off the street and expect them to go on a fair in 2021. It's something that
there's expertise behind it.
There is, yeah.
We need to try to keep those. So we were talking about the buildings on the state that are being rented. So there's no, you mentioned the livestock show that's going to be going on next week. Is there any revenue generated from that, or is it?
I think that's just the same livestock show that we normally have during the fair. Right. So, without knowing for sure, I really think it's going to be a wash. For the most part, we might bring a little bit in.
So, minimal, if there is anything, but nothing compared to what happened if the fair was actually operating during this time. So, in renting the buildings on the fairgrounds, you have some weddings, some of the buildings are rented. Have those gone down as well during the past few months because of COVID-19?
Yeah, from March, of course, when most of this hit, we had cancellation after cancellation, and then postponed it, and then they rent. I think we're kind of back to normal on the renting part of things. There are still some that are a little bit apprehensive about having a gathering or whatever. So there's a few, but for the most part, we're renting just like normal again.
So there was a loss of revenue compared to 2019.
Correct.
Because those people were canceling from March until, I'd say, recently. And you didn't have that revenue coming in, aside from not being able to have the revenue from having the state fair.
We did. We applied, and this was before I was general manager. I've only been in this position a month. Robin applied. We had $200,000 in lost revenue from the cancellation of those non-fair events. So we applied to the state. I don't even know where we did that, but we ended up getting that $205,000 reimbursed.
So
we did get reimbursed for our lost revenue from the non-fair events that were canceled.
Might have been the first.
And I want to say that was out of, was it a 50 million that the state initially had or something like that? So.
Out of ours.
And then also in your testimony, you've spoken with Senator Ryan and Representative Marshall in regards to federal support. I believe, is that the same thing I read in the newspaper where Representative Marshall said that it would be coming from the USDA?
Well,
that's separate.
I think that was a separate thing. I'm not sure exactly. I did kind of read that too, but apparently he is co-sponsoring this bill that Congress developed it on July 30th. So that's all I know right now.
And obviously we know what the likelihood of Congress acting on anything in a time frame. And then you have in here that you spoke with the Department of Commerce and the governor's office about the $2.3 million shortfall, basically going, I think, through the FARC committee. And I've had a conversation with Executive Director Lorenz or Secretary Lorenz regarding the state fair. And it was just she and I talking on the phone the other day. And I said, I think we can make a case that this is COVID-19 related because we weren't able to have the state fair because of the pandemic. I know there are others who are saying, well, they don't, unless the federal language changes with the money that the state received, we can't extend those dollars. I make the argument that we could. And also I expressed on the phone calls that I had a week ago that there's other ways that we can be looking at it as well outside of this FARC committee. So I just appreciate you for being here and thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Okay, Representative Livermore.
Thank you. So, the money that you received maybe the answer that Troy was looking for, I'm sorry, Representative Waymaster. So did you get any, was any of that money from the county's CARES Act money? Did you apply for it to your local county? Is that some of that?
The initial, I'll let Kellen speak to the initial, I think it was $205,000 or something there. But we did also apply for our COVID-related expenses. I think we had around $7,000 in COVID-related expenses that we did apply for through Reno County. So we are supposed to be getting those dollars back. But I'll let her speak to that.
Thank you.
As David said, my name is Kellen Leach. I'm the CFO of KDA. We hold a contract to do the financials for the state fair. And as David said, the $205,000 came from the $50 million appropriation that was set aside for COVID expenses during the last legislative session. So that came from state general funds that didn't have the earmark that those monies couldn't be spent against lost revenue. That's where those $205,000 came, and we did expend that in fiscal year 20. So that did show up on last year's budget. As for it turning in any expenditures towards the county, the state fair actually did do things a little unique. They did turn their expenditures into their county COVID task force, and so their CARES funding did go through the Reno County Spark Task Force, unlike some of the other state agencies. They did get approximately, as David said, $7,000 in reimbursement through the Reno County Spark. $7,000
Oh,
total.
out of what the counties received.
Of what the counties received, because through those Spark Task Force, it had to be for actual expenditures.
From the county, actual expenditures?
Or, that's what you turned in.
Yeah, this was for COVID-related expenses that the fair incurred. And we did this through Reno County Spark. We filled out all the information through Reno County. I don't know if that was the right way to do it, but that's the way it was presented to me, so.
Well, I thought that some of the submissions that were made was COVID related and dealing with COVID in the future. Look at some of the expenses that we're going to be learning Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Representative.
That's okay. So, not so much a question, is a statement, not against doing something for the fair, but the way I understand it is that we can't do expenditures out of CARES money for lost revenue reimbursement. I mean, that came up in our county 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different times. So I think we have to find a different way, unless we get further federal guidance that tells us, as you talked about in your testimony, that allows us to do that. That's my understanding anyway. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to get clarification, you're asking for $2.3 million to come out of this same general fund account that we got the $205,000 from previously. Are you suggesting, well, we had 50 million, and I'm not sure what we have left, 17, I thought.
No, 20.
21, didn't it? 20.
That hasn't been on.
We have 20 something.
20 something. And that's what you're asking.
Well, that's what I'm asking for, I guess, now, because I've been told before that it was gone. There's none left. So,
I think, yeah, we need to elaborate or kind of explain exactly. I think the state fair had initially wanted to go through the SPARK committee in trying to replenish the shortfall that the state fair experienced. I think they didn't have it. We can look at the COVID-19 money that we put in the state budget last year, because even though, and that's the same amount of money that the Department of Commerce is willing, the $5 million, which is technically remaining. And this is probably where we've been told it's been gone, because the governor had made an allotment, bringing that from basically the 25 million to 5 million. If we give the 5 million to Commerce, the money is technically gone with the governor's allotment. However, that takes legislative action. We won't do that until the legislature reconvenes. So technically, we have $24.5 million, $24.5 million with that money that is sitting right now in the money that we put in the state budget. And so my thinking was, we can't go the SPARK route. We could look at the money that we appropriated in the state budget last session, which is kind of where you were going.
Yeah.
With the question to Mr. Tobias.
Yes, Senator Hawk.
No, I think we should think about that, and there are probably pros and cons, and I'm hoping Congress will come through with either more flexible guidelines or the Agricultural Affairs Rescue Act. I guess sequencing of this, if we come up with a solution aspect, we'll talk about that when we talk about the Commerce proposal. We want to make sure that if indeed we can use the SPARK CARES dollars, we do that. And I would agree that would be a preference for me, and keep more flexibility with the city dollars. That's what it gets down to. So that raises a question I have that goes back to Budget Director Campbell. How is our cash flow? If we allocated this money, I'm assuming that would get you through the year. And in the front, you said if you spent everything you could get your hands on, you could end with a $1.6 million balance, but you don't really think it's appropriate to spend some of those funds. Assuming we don't spend those funds that you don't want to spend, how does your cash flow go? You needed this money to get by from today to when the legislature goes into session in January. How much cash flow would you need to get to that?
well, including salary and wages, operating costs, we were at about $400,000 61,000 last month in August. July, we were about 424,000. So it's going to start going fairly quickly. I don't think there's a doubt in my mind that we're going to have to pull from the Friends of the Fair Foundation account to keep going. I don't want to have to do that. There's probably 20 years in the making of sponsor dollars and everything else that's gone into that just to be able to potentially do the expo building that needs to be renovated. And I just don't think it's good to use sponsor dollars for operational costs. But, again, we'll do whatever we can to survive. That's what we have. Until we get some revenue start coming in with concert ticket sales, hopefully in October, November here. And any sponsorship dollars after the first year, hopefully sponsors will start coming back. And commercial exhibit spaces will start doing that in probably March next year. So we'll start getting some revenue, but we're definitely going to have some expenditures. And we're trying to keep that at a minimum. So.
Thank you, Manager.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, the 2.3 million, if we would give that to you, you wouldn't have to then go into the foundation money.
No, I mean not. This would be the 2.3 million basically came out of what our revenue was from the 2019 fair. This is what we would have, how do I want to say this? This is what,
it's what you anticipated you would have probably got if we'd had the fair.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. From 2019 side, seeing so we don't have this year's numbers. So that's where we're at.
So yeah, I think it's important that we make it so you don't have to get into that foundation money. I mean, I think it sends a bad message for us to say we're sitting on money here and we're not going to give it, but yet you think you're going to have to pull money out of the foundation to operate. I just don't think it's a good idea. So I think we need to find the 2.3 million and get it to you. So thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the information.
Thank you.
All right, before we break for lunch, Gigi, would you like to give us a little update on the lavender sheet? Good guy, it's great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I'm between you and lunch, so I'll hurry. The state general fund receipts for this month were $49 million above what we had anticipated for the year. So it's for July and August. Taxes only was about $35.6 million. So it's substantially up. At the end of last month, we were pretty close, about $1 million to the good. It's gone up. The major increase, when we look at those things that had increases for the month anyway, was income tax. That was almost all around withholding. The withholding was up about $37 million above what it was last year for the month of August. So it's about a 17% increase. We were expecting withholding to actually be dropping. The other two things that continued on stronger than we had anticipated is sales tax. Sales tax was about $5 million above what we had anticipated for the month. The compensating use was about $9.3 million above what we were expecting for the month. So when we looked at those in total, sales tax was up about almost $22 million, and compensating use was up almost $24 million. Income tax came in pretty close. So when we look at projecting a little bit, we were talking, you had some questions about some of what we're expecting in the future. One of the concerns we have is around whether the withholding is going to be continuing. The PPP, those expenditures will be made through September. So we don't know how much of the withholding is coming from those PPP dollars that came into the state. How much of that is from just ongoing revenue, sources from employments. So there's still some concerns. When we look at sales tax, our sales tax is doing as well, regular sales tax is doing as well this year as it did last year without the COVID response that's been happening. It's been surprising to us. It's not as surprising that compensating use is going up, but we really are pretty surprised that sales tax is still higher. We're going to start looking at what those revenue sources are, but that information is probably 3 to 4 months old, so it'll take a little while before we can look at some of those codes, NIAPS codes, on where that money was coming from, what sources. So, but overall, it's good news. We're just not 100% sure how long the good news will continue. The other thing we talked a little bit, we had a question a little bit about was income tax and those receipts and how much of those were not being collected. Normally, the Department of Revenue doesn't give a lot of information until October when all of those delayed tax forms are all finalized. So we'll get some better information towards the end of next month, first of the following.
Everybody redid their yard, so what are they gonna do this fall? Senator Hawk.
What is our status on internet sales tax? Is that one of the reasons why compensating use tax is up?
Yeah,
we're collecting that.
Yeah, retailer sales is up substantially from what it was last year.
Are we fully collecting that in terms of change at KDOR?
The department has, it's my understanding, is collecting all that it can. One thing that they cannot collect, is my understanding, is they can't collect the third party retail sale, or such as Amazon. If it's coming from Amazon, it's being taxed. But if it's from a small supplier that's providing it to Amazon, that's going is a flow through Amazon, then those are not being taxed. That's my understanding.
All right, so we have lunch, and want to thank Whitney Dameron for sponsoring our lunch today. We had to shorten everything because of the Finance Council. It's out there. You can take it in here or take it to your room. It's 12:03, so we'll do our best to start at 12:30.
If I see more of them pop up, I'll leave the office. I know, I'll give you mine. Like I said, it was like $200 instead of that. As soon as it pops up.
I think there could be a good market for $200. Just carry it with me, just to be sure that if I wanted to go somewhere that wasn't I-70, or you get out in the city.
application for the CARES money, updating audiovisual communications and capital has been split to the tune of $5 million. So those of you on the SPARK committee, I'm sure we're going to have something to talk about next week. All right. Afternoon, we're going to hear from our universities and colleges, and the purpose of this request to hear from them has to do with how school has opened and how they are doing, particularly as they deal with the COVID-19 environment on their campuses. What are they doing to stay open and keep everyone safe? So our first person on the agenda with us today is Richard Myers, the president of Kansas State University, and he will be coming in via Zoom. And there he is. It's amazing how that can work. When it works, it's amazing. So, welcome, President Myers. We've got a lot of people on the list today, and but we certainly want to hear, learn, and understand what challenges that are coming before you as you continue to work towards supplying higher education in our state. So we've lost you. Hopefully we're going to get you back here in just a second.
Oh,
I hear you. There you are. So it's we'll kick it off to you.
okay, Chairman McGinn, thank you so much, and members of the Legislative Budget Committee. I am Richard Myers, president of Kansas State University, and I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. This is an important topic, I think, for not just higher ed in the state, but for the state as a whole, and to provide you an update on our 2020 fall semester at Kansas State University. I've got to say that I'm really proud of our K-State team, who's been working on this since March 12th, when we decided not to bring students back from spring break until today. People have really been working hard, and I'm mainly everybody, but faculty for sure, as they've had to adjust to new teaching modalities. And I couldn't be prouder of a group of folks here, faculty, staff, and students for that matter, as we all sort of settle into a new way of presenting information and imparting knowledge that we did not anticipate on March 11th. But here we are. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge the support and the partnerships we have with our city and county leaders. They took many steps to encourage good behavior, and we're our partners in providing a safe community. So I'll probably mention it later at some point, but we think campus is a particularly safe place where it breaks down, if it breaks down, is in the communities where a lot of our students lease apartments and so forth. So, and that's where by the way, our sororities and fraternities are all off campus. So if it breaks down, it breaks down there. And so we need good ordinances and actually good enforcement from the city and the county if that's going to work. And so far they've been good partners, and we appreciate that. We've tried to be very transparent in everything we do and everything that's happening on campus. I've been emphasizing that since I got here in 2016, and we continually provide informational updates on our educational issues, student life, protocols that we expect our students, faculty, and staff to follow, and all of that with safety uppermost of mind. My testimony today is in response to the 3 questions that were posed. And the first question was, is the university in person or remote? And the answer to that question is yes. The instructional mode data as of Monday, and it hasn't changed because we haven't allowed it to change, is, and I think you have that before you on the paper that was provided, but course sections, 28% are in person, 34% are hybrid. I teach a course here with another professor, and we're a hybrid blended. So we have in-person opportunities, and those that either don't feel comfortable or are in quarantine or isolation, they can join us via Zoom. And then a third, basically distance online. So those are our modalities, and that's the way we think we're going to stay here for the near future. And that includes both Manhattan, Polytechnic, Olathe, and our global campus. We have a dashboard, and that's also the website. It's a K-State website, and if you type in COVID at the top, it goes to a dashboard for data, and this is some of the data that is displayed there. We update that weekly, and we'd like to do it more often. We're trying to automate this so we can do it more often. But right now it's such a manual process. It takes so many people hours to get this done that we're sticking to once a week for that data. But if you go there, everything pretty much I know about this is what you can learn as well. Number 2 question was, what are the university contingency plans? So the way we judge this is we developed a triggers metrics, we call it. What would trigger us to go to different modalities as the semester goes on? And by the way, today we're 1/5 of the way through the semester. It seems like we just started, but we're actually 21% of the way through the semester already. And so we use several indicators to understand how COVID-19 is affecting the university and our total community, because we have to take all of that into consideration. These indicators help determine if changes to our modalities, our operating status are necessary for health and safety of the community while continuing to advance the university's mission. Data for each topic and indicator is collected and analyzed multiple times per week to provide updated information so that we can make proactive decisions as quickly as possible. And it's serving us really well right now. A review of the data is conducted within each of the following indicators. So if you went to that website, you can review state and local orders that guide where we're headed. Positive cases is also on that website, and you can see that as well. And I think right now we have just less than, I'm calling it up on my phone, we have 479 positive cases. Those are positive cases at Lafayette Health Center. That's for faculty, staff, and students here on campus. Riley County has, of course, test some of our students, faculty, and staff as well. So we have links there to go to the Riley County site. You have to get the total picture, you'd have to go to that site. But on campus, the testing we've done is 479. We also look at prevention methods. We do surveys of community behavior. Are people wearing masks where they're supposed to? Are they social distancing? Is the hand hygiene appropriate? We look at hospital operations. Of course, Manhattan has one hospital basically. And so we look at their operations because the last thing we want to do is overwhelm that for the rest of the community. We look at our quarantine and isolation numbers and our ability to house people in quarantine or isolation here on campus. And right now there is no issue with that. We're keeping a close watch on that because while we have over 400 spaces reserved here on campus for either isolation, you got it and you got to isolate for a while, or quarantine, you're a close contact, you got to quarantine for 14 days. We have adequate space right now. We're not even close to that space. A lot of people will quarantine in their residences, off base or on campus, and isolation, they can do the same. And some students we know are going home. They don't have to, but they elect to go home if they're having to isolate. Contact tracing right now is done by Raleigh County. We're working an MOU with them, so perhaps we can pick some of that up if we need to. We're in good shape with contact tracing. Testing I'm going to talk about in a little bit because that was one of the questions. But we are very fortunate here to have both the Biosecurity Research Institute and the veterinary diagnostic lab that can run our samples for us. So testing is not a limitation in any way. And then there any additional information we want on these indicators. So we have basically 10 indicators, and we take a holistic view of these, not just number of cases, but all those things I mentioned. We look at all of those and trying to determine, okay, should we make any changes in the way that we're operating going forward? We review them, I mean, almost every hour, but certainly every day, somebody's reviewing these indicators. And currently, even if we were to change the teaching modalities, we would not shut the university down as we did on essentially March 12th. Actually, it was a little bit later than that, but we made the decision to do it then. We shut the university down, so it was not in operational status. We don't feel like we would be have to do that going forward. There'd be some things shut down that are currently open, but the university as a whole, a lot of the colleges and the buildings would be open to those who need access. So we think we've learned how to be safe in this pandemic and do some things that we didn't feel comfortable doing last March. The third question is, what is the university approach to testing? And as I mentioned, we have a capability for COVID-19 testing of students, faculty, and staff with symptoms, and we're expanding that capability for asymptomatic testing. On-campus testing capability for COVID-19 testing of students, faculty, and staff is available at our Lafayette Health Center. Symptomatic testing for individuals who are presenting COVID-19 symptoms and enhanced asymptomatic testing comprise the university's overall testing plan. So right now we're doing symptomatic, those that have been in close contact, if they present symptoms, and we started, let's see, I think it was last week, to do surveillance testing of those areas where we have a lot of people working closely together because of the nature of their work, laboratories or whatever. And also in our residence halls, we're going to do surveillance testing in those areas. Has to be voluntary, but we'll do that testing to see if we can catch any potential hotspots before they actually develop. So I think we have a pretty robust testing problem. The best news is that our results, we can get them back in 48 hours if it's the PCR test, which is the most accurate. We also do antigen testing, which is very quick, but has the results are sometimes not correct, so it's not quite as accurate. And I think that's, let's see, I mentioned we get VDL, the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, does a lot of our analysis of the samples we give them, and they're very, very responsive to that. So, Madam Chairman, thank you for providing the chance to give you this update. I know that was fast. Most of that information is in the papers that we handed you, I think 4 pages of paper. They're all there, but I'm sure you have questions. I'm happy to stand for questions of any type with what we're doing up here.
Thank you, President Myers. Committee, another meeting got scheduled today at 3, so we can listen to everybody and then ask questions. President Myers, will you be able to hang on or come back a little bit? Or
Madam Chairman, I apologize, but I'm going to go join a Riley County meeting if that's okay, because we have some serious discussions today around fans for football and other issues that we have with the county that I feel like I need to be there to make sure we can keep moving forward. But I'll do whatever you say.
Well, we can ask questions right now of you. So I have a question on your antigen testing. Who is doing that for you?
That's done in Lafayette Health Center. And those results, as you know, come back in minutes. I mean, 15 to 20 minutes.
Is that saliva?
I believe it is, and but it's not as accurate. So we usually follow up with a PCR test in any case. So we'll test them twice. And the PCR test is a nasal swab, not the so-called brain swab in most cases. It's just the nasal swab. and sent off for analysis.
And your requirement, is it just if anybody has a symptom, they can go in and get an antigen test?
Yes, they call Lafine. Lafine will decide that, which way they're going to test them. But as I say, they'll all get a PCR test, but in some cases they'll do an antigen test. And they call Lafine and make an appointment. And right now, usually we have, at this time of day, we probably have appointments for tomorrow, so people can get in the next day, and then it's generally 48 hours. We're also looking at expanding. Part of this testing issue is having the trained people to do it. And as you know, we are somewhat limited in this small community to find, nurses that are trained and so forth to do this. We're hiring, and we hope to open for 3 hours on Saturday. So if there are people that feel like they have symptoms and want to get tested on Saturday, we can do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for President Myers? Yes, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you paying for the tests? Do the students pay for them? University, COVID money, Spark?
So the tests are free to students, faculty and staff, and Spark money. After some review, Spark money covers that.
I guess I don't understand. It's Spark money?
Yeah, for a while it didn't, but for a while we thought it didn't, but the analysis by our folks, and I assume they're working with people at the Kansas Board of Regents, but it's covering that testing for our students.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here today. You said you had 479 tests positive. Are any of those in the hospital?
No, not to my knowledge. Now, if somebody went home and then subsequently went into the hospital, we might not know it for a while, but everybody that has to go into isolation or quarantine has to notify student life, who then notify their instructors, their professors. So because they might be absent from class from time to time. So that's a pretty good way to catch most of what's going on.
Thank you, President Myers.
Yep. So there's bad news, and then maybe a little good news. The bad news is that cases are going up, mainly due to off-campus, well, almost exclusively due to off-campus events. Even the football team, which gets reported in the paper from time to time, those aren't spread among football players. Those are spread by social engagements outside of the football program, and then brought back to the team. So, so cases are going up. Bad news. Good news is, and I'm knocking on wood here, that this 18 to 24-year-old cohort sometimes don't even present symptoms. When they do, they're mild. It's a tricky virus, so I'm not saying this isn't going to have an impact on young people, but right now we're not seeing hospitalizations with that.
All right. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure, President, if you know this or not, but if someone at K-State tests positive, a student at K-State tests positive, they go back home, where does that get reported at? Does it get reported back at the county where they're from, or is it reported in Riley County?
We'd report it here, and then it'd be reported in Riley County.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman. Again, I appreciate it and appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for the support. This is we really are all in this together, and right now at this moment I feel pretty good where we are. We'll just have to see going forward.
All right. Best to you, and we hope you stay open.
Ditto. Yep.
All right. Next, we have Heather Morgan, Executive Director of the Kansas Association of Community College Trustees. Welcome, Heather.
Okay. I stand here today to tell you that we have 19 community colleges in 18 different counties. So we have 18 different responses across the state Related to the testing, to Representative Hoffman's question, I can tell you it is not the same as where the case is reported, depending on the health department you're dealing with. Most of our residence hall students are not being reported in the county because they go home to isolate. So there's all sorts of issues with that. There was another question that Senator Billinger asked. We have had people hospitalized. One student athlete was in 2 ICUs and is now released from the KU Med ICU and is back home, had the syndrome that they were talking about. So unfortunately, we do have positive tests at almost every community college. We are 80% in person. We continued to remain open during the stay-at-home period, doing classes of 10 and under with social distancing. It's very hard to do technical education, welding, and some of those things online. So we've been having students on our campuses the whole time. The residence halls have proved to be a little more difficult to manage. In addition to where cases are reported, we have also had interesting times related to testing. Most of our colleges are not testing. They're using the local health department, which most of the local health departments in the state require 2 symptoms to test. So only when a person is symptomatic are they going to test. If their roommate is a close contact, most health departments say you have a 14-day isolation period. There's no reason to test you unless you become symptomatic as well. We did get a little panicky last week and purchased through some Spark funds testing so that if there's a disagreement between the local health department and the college president, we have some tests that are the spit tests because we don't have college health centers. So those tests go off to the lab that Senator Denning has been talking about in the Spark meetings, the MAW group, for us to get the results back so that we don't have to have a disagreement with the local health department. The contact tracing has also been very interesting across our 19 colleges. I would say probably half are engaged in contact tracing. We talked with Attorney General Schmidt and followed the law really closely, got an engagement letter from the local health officer, trained our people, took the oath. We had some health departments say, we don't want your help, but they've since said, yes, we do. As soon as we had the first problem on campus, suddenly they wanted help. And so now we have a few more that are doing the contact tracing. We are just doing it on our campuses. Most of our colleges have purchased isolation housing in the community, whether it be a hotel or a duplex or an apartment complex, something like that. We have had hundreds of people in isolation across the 19 colleges so far, but we don't see any reason to not remain open. We isolate, we quarantine, they get better generally, and then they come back into class. While they're in isolation and quarantine, we are broadcasting classes remote and working individually with the students. We have moved athletics to the spring, but we do have practices going on, and even practices have become somewhat challenging. So with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Heather. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So tell me again where they're being, I didn't understand exactly
So it varies by the health department.
Okay.
So sometimes they will report the case. Let's just take Pratt Community College. In Pratt, sometimes if the local health department will say that if it's a Pratt kid who's living at home, that's a Pratt case. But if it's a residence hall student who lives in Sedgwick County and they're going to Sedgwick County to isolate or quarantine, I don't know if Sedgwick County is reporting that or not, but I do know it's not in the Pratt County number. Some of our counties are small enough that I can track the numbers pretty closely with what I know we have and what the county says we have, and they don't match.
I know early on Sedgwick County was describing whether they were from the county or not, but we've had a lot of cases since then, so I don't know if they're keeping up. So.
Yeah.
Senator Hawk.
A big compliment. Your chart that shows all the different sources of funding and how much it went to each community college. Very well done. Appreciate seeing that. And I know that was not easy to do.
I've seen a lot of the county Spark plans, and they're interesting and not that hard to get except for a few.
And secondly, are all of the community colleges that have fall sports like football having those sports, or does it vary?
We're only doing cross country in the fall. Everyone is practicing. There was an 8-12 vote of the conference earlier this week, and I think that we have 8 schools that are saying we're not even going to scrimmage. But it varies across the 19. There is no official, you're not going to see a football game this fall. We're planning for spring. There may be some scrimmages here and there. And as much of that is about, can we run an event? How do you run an event? And those sorts of things.
Other questions for Heather? Yes, Kathy Wolfmore.
you. Thank you, Heather. I just thought of a question. So our health department is in Wyandotte County, we're testing exposed or symptomatic, and exposed can have symptoms or not symptoms. But we're doing it for people who either live in the county or work in the county. I assume the students would be counted as being able to be tested.
There's a lot of negotiation between our presidents, myself, and the health department directors. In a lot of cases, especially in a rural health department, they don't have the personnel to handle these things. And so Dr. Norman and I and his staff talk frequently and try to make sure that the student can get tested no matter what the rules are. Especially if they're symptomatic, like, let's not ask questions, let's get the test.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'll have to check with my local health department. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks.
So we have Jim Ganad. I'm sorry if I botched your name. Please say it when you are on the Zoom. President of the Manhattan Area Technical College. Welcome. You look awful relaxed there.
Yeah, I know, but I do a lot of work in here, so I have the rocking chair handy. Thank you for allowing us to give you some input. I represent the 7 tech colleges in the state. Similar to the community colleges, we're primarily rural-based with the exception of Washburn and Wichita Tech for the most part. We work with our county health departments. We follow their guidelines. The 2 tech colleges with the most impact, if you will, and it's more from their community and county numbers, were Lyon and Sedgwick counties, but those weren't really applicable to the tech colleges per se. Again, when this hit last spring, everybody scrambled, like President Meyer said. Kudos to faculty and staff, our IT staff, for making the transition. We had a little bit of an advantage here at MATC because we have a federal grant that's allowed us to put our lecture courses online over the last 3 years, so it was a little easier for us to make the switch. The biggest challenge for the tech colleges is doing the skills labs. We can't teach welding totally online. We can't teach automotive technology totally online. So each of the tech colleges worked with their county health departments last spring to figure out when could we get back on campus with those skills programs to finish the spring semester. And it varied by county by county. Here at Manhattan Tech, we were allowed to reopen May 4th. We had 8 programs that had to come back on campus. We kept them siloed and separated. Since we reopened May 4th to student and restricted public traffic, we've had a total of 4 positive cases, 1 employee, 3 students. Again, for the tech colleges, the numbers are staying pretty low, pretty manageable. For the most part, our layouts with our programs, we don't have students commingling, intermingling as much in commons areas, cafeterias, etc. That gives us a bit of an advantage. The CARES Act funding that each of us has received, and I'll be glad to work up a list with the help of some folks to get you the details. But again, the CARES Act and Spark funds have been a godsend. Thank you. We've been able to use those to put in place more often with deep cleaning, the masks, the face shields, PPE gear where we need it with specific program applications. What I've noticed, the difference I've heard from our faculty this fall compared to last spring with the interruption is the students that are here this fall realize this is now the normal. They're not complaining about having to wear a mask, having to wipe things down, having to stay split apart from their others. So the attitude of the students across the board from the tech colleges is one of accepting this and how do we keep learning. And again, for the tech colleges, most of us train people for essential jobs. There's been no slowdown at all as far as job placement for our students, especially in healthcare. We're hoping, of course, to continue with face-to-face as much as we can. We do some hybrid things, some things online. We have all made contingency plans. You know, if worst case happens, what do we do? Almost every tech college has worked with faculty, and where it's possible, we are front-loading skills labs work. So we've sped up where we can, where they get more welding practice, they get more auto tech practice. But that's our biggest worry is if we get a stay-at-home order or if we have to shut down a program area for a long term, that's what interrupts service. Our other big concern, of course, is secondary enrollment with Excel and CTE, concurrent dual credit enrollment. That will be down this fall. It should be seen as an anomaly because it's been growing in the past. We're hopeful that we can work with the school districts to keep those programs going, keep access to skills labs with the students, because again, we're often doing CNA training, helping people get into that healthcare profession, and they're needed out in the workplace. But again, overall, and especially because of the CARES Act funding, the Spark funding, and the incredible ability of our folks to adapt, overcome. We're open for business and we're doing well.
All right, glad to hear it. Thanks for your report. And since Heather's here, you brought up a interesting issue, the CTE credit. And you said that's down, and Heather's confirming that it's down as well. I guess help me understand why it would be down if our schools, and maybe not all of them, are doing a lot of virtual education. Is it not connected to, and Heather can come up here and speak along with you, but is it not is it the connection not in the high school, or the connection not in the community/technical college?
Well, so again, if they do CNA training, we cannot do that totally online. There's a clinical aspect that they have to have.
Right.
So if the students have elected to go totally online, which a lot of school districts have given students that option, that kind of precludes them from taking a CET class or a CTE class. Gen Ed classes, on the other hand, we're still offering in pretty good numbers because that can be online or in person. So it's where the skills lab is a key part of it, is where we're going to see the slippage in enrollment.
Okay.
We've seen pretty significant slippage in both dual credit and CTE for K-12, and it has to do with what happened last spring with counseling and enrolling. Because when they came back to school, it's more work to get into a community college or dual credit class. Additionally, like in KCK, they pushed their schedule way back. We started on time or a week early. And so then there was a time mismatch. So we've been trying to move heaven and earth to get those K-12 students enrolled that would have normally enrolled. And then we've offered to pay for transportation or busing or whatever out of Spark or CARES money to make sure those students can take the classes. But our enrollments are down significantly in Senate Bill 155 and also dual credit classes.
So on the dual credit, help me understand, is that the taking the general psych, sociology, those kinds of
Comp 1, Comp 2.
Those are down, but particularly because we couldn't get them enrolled.
That's what our thought is, yeah. The number of students we would have normally seen enrolled are not there. And especially if it's a K-12 faculty member who's properly credentialed to be our faculty member. If it's hybrid and they're going 2 days a week, their schedule mismatches out the wazoo. So all these different modalities have made people, well, I'm just not going to do that because I don't know what my schedule is going to be. So there are some kids who would have gotten dual credit who are probably not going to get it this semester.
So if we stay on the same COVID path, not a second wave, just the path we're on, are you going to be reaching out and trying to make sure those numbers are there for next semester?
We did that this summer. We're going to continue to do that work with ks.gov and try to get them to push out to principals and counselors. Let's get these kids enrolled.
Kathy, any other question? All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Next we have Dr. Allison Garrett, President of Emporia State University. She is in person. Hi.
I was hiding. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you so much for this opportunity to present. I'll be very brief. As I shared in my written testimony, we've done a huge amount of planning, including offering a number of face-to-face classes over the summer. This fall, 74% of the classes originally scheduled to be face-to-face have continued as face-to-face. 20% of those classes moved into hybrid mode, and 6% of the classes moved into online only. So we've been able to preserve that face-to-face experience for most of our undergraduate students. Like you heard President Myers speak with respect to Kansas State, we have an online dashboard. We update that by the close of business every Friday. Last week, for example, we noted we had no students in isolation and 2 in quarantine. Currently, we're at 2 in isolation and 3 in quarantine. We are also doing testing in a variety of ways. We did mass testing before the semester began with a positivity rate of less than 1%. We do symptomatic testing through our health center and have had reasonably low positivity rates for the most part within our health center as well. We are testing our student athletes, even though the MIAA has made a decision not to conduct fall sports. And we tested student teachers on behalf of those school districts to which they will be assigned. And finally, let me mention with respect to our testing, we will have 4 widespread surveillance tests that we offer throughout the fall semester. In each instance, we will extend an offer to about 1,000 students who are on campus with the hopes of getting 400 to 450 students to do that surveillance test. And that should help us get an early bead on any clusters that may be developing. With respect to contingency plans, let me just note that we are also watching a number of key indicators, including the capacity within the hospital, the capacity within Lyon County Health, as well as our own capacity for on-campus quarantine and isolation and testing of students. With that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. So the surveillance of the 450 students, how are you picking them? Is it a random?
It will be randomized. They will be on-campus students. We have about 1/3 of our students who are fully online students, and we're not including them because the essential question is, can we continue face-to-face? And so they will be selected in a randomized fashion. In fact, our biology department had an opportunity for some hands-on learning and help design that surveillance testing protocol.
Is that the saliva?
It is. Mm-hmm.
Who's doing your testing?
CRL is doing our testing. Mm-hmm.
All right, other questions? Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should have asked this earlier, but those that are doing fully online, are they mostly at home? Are they staying at home, or are they at Emporia and just doing everything online?
We have a number of programs that are fully online. For example, my daughter's in the MBA program, but she lives in the Oklahoma City area. So we've got people all around the world in those programs. If a student is symptomatic and tests positive or has been exposed and needs to move to online, we make that happen through a series of accommodation processes. We do the same for our faculty. We are fully compliant with the ADA with respect to students or faculty or staff who may test positive. In addition, we have kind of a second layer, what we'll call just the doing right by people layer. If you live with someone who has a significant health condition so that your attendance or teaching in a face-to-face environment would be problematic, we'll recognize that and give you an option for online work or online teaching.
Okay, let me rephrase what I
Okay.
don't think I asked quite right. Those that are choosing to go online only, are you seeing them, are they staying home at their residence? Like if they're from, wherever they're from, another place besides Emporia, are they staying home, or are you seeing that they're coming into Emporia and just doing it online there?
Well, the program would be offered face-to-face or hybrid or online. If the student is symptomatic or lives with someone with a health condition, then they would be given an accommodation and could do it online.
Yeah, I was just.
Another way.
Yeah, go.
I'm sorry to not pick up on what you're asking.
They live in Wichita.
Uh-huh.
Are they staying at their Wichita home, or are they perhaps coming to Emporia and staying either at an apartment or a dormitory and doing it online from there?
Oh, there certainly are some of those. For example, we have a number of graduate students who may also have responsibilities as assistant coaches or something like that. And in many cases, their programs are online programs, but they'll live in the Emporia community.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I'm sorry to not understand what you were asking.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's your enrollment decrease, would you guess? I would guess it's not official yet, but.
It is not official yet. We have seen a decrease in our first-time freshmen, a fairly significant decrease in our international students, an increase in our graduate students. So overall, I think we're looking at, on an hours basis, probably around 2%.
Actually pretty good considering what we're up against.
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get the social distance if 74% of your classes still remain face-to-face?
So in many instances, those classes have been moved to other venues. So if I might have had an upper level history class with 12 people, instead of doing it in a small conference room, I might move to a full-size classroom to be able to do that.
And you haven't had trouble finding space on campus to do that?
In those instances where we had difficulty, those classes became hybrid classes. So if it were a Tuesday, Thursday class, for example, you might come on Tuesday and watch on your computer on Thursday, and I would do the opposite.
What did you do about your bigger lecture class? I assume you have some lecture classes that have 50 to 100 students in them.
We have some that are a bit larger, but we've been able in most instances to spread those out either in a large auditorium or by doing the hybrid approach.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today. Appreciate it. Howard Smith, the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs for Pittsburgh State University, and you are here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee. It's my pleasure to speak to you on behalf of Pittsburgh State's. Dr. Scott sends his greetings to you, but had an appointment with Representative Marshall today to talk about Southeast Kansas economic, and so I'm here in his place. Just to share a few things, like many of the presentations prior to this, we've stayed on top of this from the beginning in March when we first entered this. We do weekly briefings so people know what's going on. We do daily announcements with our numbers. The key metrics that we're tracking have to deal with what the governmental public health restrictions are, what the orders are that are coming, what our regional infection rates and trends are that are taking place, and also the status of other institutions in our area and what they're doing and how that might impact us as well. Two key partners for us in this whole process. One is the Crawford County Recovery Task Force, and another is the Crawford County Health Task Force. And on a regular basis, they are looking at the numbers that are shown on your sheet for Pittsburgh State, for instance. We've tested 956 students to yesterday. Of that, 177 were positive. The current numbers in isolation, we had 130, but 47 have come out. And like many of the counties in the state, this is a fluid number. Some people are coming in on one day and some people are coming out. You'll see some of the other institutions also listed here. As far as staff, we've had 54 tested to date, and we have 10 in isolation and 21 in quarantine. We've had 0 hospitalizations, which is a good thing. So far, we've been able to stay up with it. We did have a spike, and we did have to respond to some things. For instance, we had a student teacher that tested positive. So one of the situations in Crawford County with Crawford County Health is we pulled all the student teachers out of Crawford County schools, and they're working remotely with them. That being said, it was actually it was an interesting strategy that the health department and the school district came up with, because one of the things in our goals is to try to keep businesses going and trying to keep school going at the same time. So what happened was they quarantined the class in the building where nobody else could, they didn't have any interaction with anybody else in the building. Excuse me, I'm gonna pull this down for just a second. I'm sorry, sucking a little air as I'm talking here. But very creative strategy, because this allowed them, for those parents to still keep those students in school, and it allowed for us to quarantine and maintain safety with that particular student group. With that, it was a win-win, we felt like at that point. So far, it's working. As far as academically, this summer, we did a lot of additional training for our staff on technology and particularly on course delivery. You've heard today people talk about face-to-face, online, hybrid. We have 54% of our courses currently in a face-to-face mode, 20% fully online, and 20% the combination of those two, with 4% of our students in some type of independent activity, or you might say an individual education plan. One of the things, going back to a question Senator Hawk brought up a minute ago, is we measured every one of our classrooms. We looked at the social distancing. We read the capacities for each of those so that we knew how many students we could put in. An interesting strategy that we've also put in place is that For instance, I might be teaching you as a class here right now, and I might actually be Zooming to the room next to me, speaking of those larger classes, so that those students are all, and then the next day I may go to that room and then come back to this room. So the students still get that interaction with the professor, but at the same time meeting safety precautions and capacity. Testing. Our testing procedures, we have 3 tiers, very similar to what you've already heard. We do, our tier 1 is symptomatic for COVID, patients that present with symptoms. Our tier 2 is asymptomatic close contacts based on how at risk the exposure was. And tier 3 is asymptomatic testing with symptoms known to exposure for people in high risk areas. It's actually billed to the individual's insurance, but if they do not have insurance, then CARES pays the cost. I think I've got that all in 5 minutes.
Do you, being at a border university, do you see challenges there as far as different folks coming into the community?
Well, we certainly have folks that do come back and forth. We have about 22% of our student body is actually out of Missouri. And then we have a large number of staff because, as you know, and I think a good question, we're about 5 miles from Missouri and 30 miles from Oklahoma. So we do have quite a bit of transient population, students and faculty and staff. One of the things that our health department, fortunately, our health personnel are very good at working with one another. We do not necessarily have the same kinds of transfer of data that we would have in the state of Kansas with one another, but they are talking back and forth with folks in Missouri as well. Keep in mind, we place a lot of our interns, particularly from our health systems and our nursing in some of the hospitals in Joplin. So we do maintain contact and coordination with those groups.
On your testing, you had students tested 956. Did they all have symptoms?
Part of those are actually, part of that first night, this 956 would be all the students that came into the residence halls too. They were required to be tested this year when they entered the residence halls.
And that was saliva or the other?
Yes, it was saliva. And that was administered by our Bryant Student Health Center staff and our nursing department.
Senator Hawk?
This is just a technical question. Is that saliva test a PCR or an antigen test? Do you know?
I do not.
Curious if someone knows that. I'd love to know if there's a difference. Thank you.
Tisa Mason here. I'm up next, and I understand that it is the saliva is PCR.
Thank you.
Neither the saliva or the nasal, I understand, are not antigen.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You may not know the answer. You mentioned that you're billing insurance first, and then if they don't have insurance, use CARES Act.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wasn't paying close attention. Do you know if most of the other schools are doing the same thing, billing insurance first, and then they didn't?
I actually don't know everybody else's procedures.
So maybe I'll ask the question for the people that follow you also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and that would be a good question for all the universities to know that. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this a little bit more explainable, what I was trying to get at the last one. So if 56% of your classes are face-to-face and 20% are fully online, the chances are that most of the students are going to be taking some of their classes fully online and some of them face-to-face. So most of the students are probably in the vicinity of Pittsburgh.
I think that's probably a good assumption. The best, going back to that, if it was a totally online program to begin with, you could probably make that prediction that they are not on campus. But if it wasn't, we changed, most of this course delivery took place in July. So if you recall, most students would, at least in our case, would have enrolled in the late March, early April. So they were notified in July then if there happened to have been a change in the course delivery. We had a system built so you could check your schedule. But I would guess that a lot of them now do have some combination of that. I can't tell you the exact amount, but I think that's a correct assumption.
Probably most of them.
I would say so. And that also moves back and forth because we're responsive right now. For instance, the situation with the student teacher, it's possible that you would have an instructor that would test. And at that point in time, if they were face-to-face, they'd have to quarantine. So then you would have to have some type of either substitute, or if they're still capable, they might move to Zoom to continue that process. And one maybe final comment, but is much like the tech schools, Pitt State's known for its Kansas Technology Center. And many of those programs there are in labs that are very difficult to replicate in a virtual experience. So we've moved to really looking at how we can make smaller instructional groups so that we can sustain that training and for those students so that there still be some workforce development.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Next we have Dr. Tisa Mason.
Yes, hi, Chairman.
President of Fort Hays State University. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman McGlynn and members of the committee. We've got a lot of information on our public website and dashboard. I do want to let you know on the web call with me on Zoom is Mike Barnett, our Chief CIO, our Chief Financial Officer, and Joe Bain, General Counsel, and he has chaired our oversight committee for critical incident management. I'll start off just with our enrollment real quick based on the questions. You know, historically, about half of our students are online already and are twice as much, 50% online and about 25% on campus and about 25% international. So for 50% of our students, it's life as usual. They are wherever they are. The other 25% that are on campus, we have, just like everyone else, the hybrid, the totally on campus and the totally online classes. We have very similar responses to all the other presidents. In fact, the 6 KBOR presidents have been meeting twice a week, just now down to once a week since March, coordinating our responses and sharing our information and best practices. Let me jump for time's sake just quickly to our numbers. So we have done entry testing, which was optional, and everyone had the opportunity, faculty, staff, and students, to do that free of charge, or symptomatic testing through our Student Health Center. To date, we have tested 1,220 people. We have totally confirmed 83 cases in student health. Those were the symptomatics, with a total of 127 cases total for our community. We have noticed a decrease in the past 2 days. I don't know if it's a trend, I hope it is, but we do have a decrease the past 2 days. We currently have 17 students in isolation. So if they are sick and therefore need to isolate, and they need a place to go, since we don't isolate in our residence halls, we are using county Spark money to pay for them in a hotel room in our community. And those are mostly hotel rooms with exterior entrances. We also are delivering meals to them, and we also got funding from our county to give them coupons for some meals for contactless delivery from restaurants, just to make it a little bit more interesting for them. We do quarantine on campus, since those students are not necessarily sick. They're just in quarantine to make sure they don't get sick. We currently have 43 students in quarantine, and we have capacity. At this point, from our students, and we can only tell through our student health, we have 0 hospitalizations. We have worked very closely on a regular, almost daily basis with Hays Med and the Ellis County Health Department. So at this point, I think it'd be more helpful for me to answer your questions than to move forward with just reporting out.
Yeah, I will ask that again. So that question I asked to the previous person is that when your students are tested, do you first file it with insurance before you use your CARES money or use all CARES money?
So the entire month of August, everyone had the opportunity to order a kit wherever they were before they came back from school through August 31st online through CRL. That was absolutely free. That was a saliva test. They spit in their tube, they mail it back, absolutely free. Anyone who has symptomatic testing and goes to our student health is not being charged for that test. Typically, our student health does bill insurance first, and then we deal with it secondly. But for these tests, we're using our funding that we receive to pay for them all in advance.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
See any other questions? All right, next we have Dr. Jay Golden, President, Wichita State University via Zoom.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate being on. I'll be succinct. We are finishing up our 4th week of having students on campus, 3 weeks of curriculum, 1 week prior for students moving onto campus. We have tested 1,555 students. We've had a total of 35 positive. Our rate is 2.2 compared to Sedgwick County of 8.72. We have had no hospitalizations. We will continue to do testing. The testing is free. We are not billing the insurance. We're using CARES for the students. Our faculty and staff, given the urban nature of our university, they go to their primary care physician, and that is through their insurance. As of for our modality, we have 23% online, 77% hybrid. Our research, for instance, never stops. So while we may have some students taking hybrid courses or online courses, they're still getting the applied learning in our various research labs or on an innovation campus supporting our local economy. And we've been doing that ever since March. In regard to our approach for testing moving forward, we will have our molecular diagnostic lab up and running by the end of this month. We will be able to provide saliva, nasal, and most importantly also, given the next few months that will pop up, flu, where many people will think they may have COVID, but in fact it could be flu or cold. We will be staffing that, providing 24 to 48 hour turnaround. We'll be able to do roughly 22,500 tests per week on our shifts, and we can actually scale up from that. We'll be providing that not only for our university, but for our school district and for the companies throughout the region to ensure the economy still runs. And we will also be able to support other institutions throughout the state. Testing is the key. If we are to stay open and if our economy is to stay sustained, we need to be able to do that testing. And I'm very excited about the ability of our institution working with our community to establish the MDL. Our plans for contingency plans, if we do receive any type of spikes, and so far it's been very positive in the sense of not having spikes, we will work to flatten the curve and then go back to what we hope is a regular academic year, but we'd have to wait and see. And obviously we all know there's no promises with that, but that's the way we're moving forward. And with that, feel free to answer any questions you may have.
So I just want, did you cancel your football season?
Yeah, I am pleased to report we have no positive cases of football players at Wichita State University.
So you had some early numbers that you said was 2.2. Was that in relationship to everyone tested, or I didn't get that number down?
Sure. So what we did was before everybody moved, when they moved into the dorms, we tested every student, all staff members that are part of our residence halls. We also have ongoing testing for all of our students. They can go to our student health center, as well as those that are doing clinical rotations, et cetera. So it's ongoing testing. It doesn't stop. And we have a dashboard that we launched, and it provides up-to-date numbers in regard to the number of tests and number of positive tests and outcomes. That's for the students. That's really what we control, given the urban nature of our university, is our residence halls. And that's the way that we're able to track our ability to contain and move forward. We work closely with Sedgwick County in regard to faculty and staff. Those numbers that have been reported, they get reported through our HR department, are very, very low.
On the 22,500, I didn't catch, was that, I thought you said per shift. I don't think that'd be correct. What's the time?
No, that would be per week, given 3 shifts as the startup. 7,500 tests per shift per week.
Okay.
So we can scale, and we can scale up beyond that. Once all the equipment is up and running, our equipment, the kind of really the gold standard, I would say, the Thermo Fisher lab equipment has arrived. We worked with our partners on Innovation Campus. It was supposed to come in November due to national supply chain issues. It came in much earlier. It has arrived. The facility that we're going to be conducting the laboratory analysis is finished. So now we're setting up the lab equipment. We are doing the quality assurance, quality control, finalizing all licenses. And once that's up, we can scale it up even further using our robotics that we have through NIAR.
I probably should just wait till tomorrow. I know you're going to give a presentation to the people who want to listen in on Spark. About, do you have some parameters for, after you take care of Wichita State, how you're going to go out into the business community? Is it going to be based on large employers, or can somebody that has 10 employees take advantage of this?
Yeah, not only the 10 employees, Madam Chair, but it's also critical for the USD 259, as well as we're working closely with the county, because certainly there are many members of our community that may not have the means to get the testing. We want to facilitate that because they are part of our community, integral part, and we interact on a daily basis. So we want to make sure that all members of our community, industry, and private citizens have the opportunity, and that we can keep our economy going forward. That's critical.
Other questions? Senator Hawk?
What is the approximate cost per test you think your lab will be charging your community partners?
Anywhere from 55 to 65. We're finalizing that right now, which is less than typically right now. They're well over 100. And we hope we can scale it down even lower. We're not in this as a profit. We want to make it as affordable and accessible as possible.
Great to see that cost coming down. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So why are we not charging insurance for those tests?
Because the CARES money came in, we want to make it accessible. We want to make sure our students are taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand those that don't have insurance, you want to help them. I'm just, you're not the only one. I mean, most of them have said that they're paying for it. I'm just not sure why we're not billing insurance first and then paying for those that are left. But I guess that's a decision made. But
hey Jay, this is Doug. Insurance will not pay for an asymptomatic person to get tested. They will only pay if they have symptoms.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then also, can you go over your online, your face-to-face percentages again? I didn't catch those.
Absolutely. We have 23%, which is fully online, which is just slightly above where we were last year. 77% are hybrid. And there's just so many variabilities with hybrid courses. You've heard a lot of the different scenarios that my colleagues have already mentioned. There are professors, I was just with one that actually has an online course, but once a week provides opportunities to meet face-to-face with students to go over any of the materials as well. So there's just a lot of fluidity in regard to how we're trying to deliver, but I think as with all my colleagues, the bottom line is we are trying to provide the best and most optimal educational experience for our students in a very uncertain period of time.
So you have none that are just fully face-to-face?
Yeah, within that hybrid. The hybrid could be face-to-face, it could be asynchronous or synchronous. So it could be face-to-face, It could also include Zoom, like we're doing now, or it could be pre-recorded. But even with the pre-recording, as I just gave that example, faculty are really trying to take the initiative to ensure that there is an experience where students who may have follow-up questions, et cetera, can meet with that faculty, not just in office hours, but as kind of a group working together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just felt a need to go back to the question about the insurance because I originally raised it. And so as I thought about it, I know in Wyandotte County, for example, of our health department, they made a very deliberate decision not to charge people's insurance. Number one, they never would have gotten through the line that wrapped around the health department. But number two, most importantly, the reason they decided not to do it because they didn't want one single barrier for a person coming to get a test. And I don't know if it's the same on a college campus, but in our community, there is a perception that, am I going to get a bill for this? Am I going to be charged? What's going to happen? I maybe won't get in line to get this test because it's, it might be something I can't pay for. So I don't know if that's some of the thinking that went into it, but as I thought more about it, I thought I should at least bring up that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a comment by President Garrett.
I would just add one other piece of the puzzle, and that is that for, I think, many of us, and it's certainly true at Emporia State, staffing a campus health center is a challenge right now because there's a huge demand for those sets of experiences in clinical settings. And we want those people who are working in our health center to actually be testing people as opposed to doing the paperwork. They're staying until 7, 8 every single night and just to do the testing right now. So that's a big piece of it for us.
All right, thank you. Dr. Golden, you have anything else? I'm looking here, I don't see any more questions.
No, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for being on Zoom with us. All right, next we have Dr. Douglas Girard. Sorry, messed up his Girard, sorry, I knew that. Chancellor of the University of Kansas. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thanks for having us all here for this update. It's a pleasure to fill you in on what's happening in our respective campuses, and I'll try not to repeat too much of what you've heard today already. And as Dr. Mason said, we've been sharing best practices across the Regent system pretty aggressively over the summer. And tweaking those to meet the needs of our specific campuses. Our particular initiative has been guided by two teams, our public health planning team, which has been meeting every day since March 10th, and planning all the initiatives around opening the campus up. And then our pandemic medical advisory team is made up of 9 healthcare professionals from our Watkins Health Clinic, Lawrence Memorial Hospital, Douglas County health officials, and the University of Kansas Health System. And they've really been guiding the medical and safety side of what we've been doing through this effort. Like everybody else, we've done a lot of modifications across campus. We went through 600 classrooms and set them out for social distancing, upgraded the technology in them to allow full flexibility in terms of delivery of our content, recognizing we needed to meet our students wherever they were, whether that's, we knew some would not be able to come back. We knew many would be here, and we knew some would be here, but then have to go into isolation and then come back. So we didn't want to interrupt anybody's education as a result of all that. So really, every one of our classes, if it's in face, it can be taken by hybrid or online as well. And a lot of work's gone in to do that. And again, commend the faculty for really modifying every one of their syllabi and their formats to be able to accommodate this really unique time. But we've really significantly de-densified the campus through that process. We reassigned classes. They now go morning to night, and they're not where they usually were. They're not when they usually were. So we've really done that to create a lot of social distancing, and have had fairly major investments in technology as well as sanitation and personal protective equipment and testing. For our instruction modalities, course-wise, we're about a third. We're a third in person, a third hybrid, and a third online. But when you look at credit hours, really the in-person courses are predominantly the labs, the studios, the performances, and the smaller gatherings that we could accommodate socially distanced very well. And about 48% of our credit hours are actually online. So the rest are hybrid or in person. So by credit hour, it breaks out a little bit differently to accommodate, really to focus on those small group activities. Our pandemic medical advisory team really helped us map out 5 levels of campus status, with one being whatever normal is going to look like in the future, because it probably isn't going to look like it did last year. But we opened in really what we call level 3, which is our campus being open, but with low density. And we have steps we can take between that if we need to pivot as things change within our community, that we can, but would prefer to do that in a very targeted fashion. And I would echo what General Myers said, is it's unlikely that we would close campus because our students are here and they're in the community. And I think that question was asked. And yes, we have a lot of students that are taking mostly, if not exclusively, online, and they're still here and taking advantage of our other services and co-curricular activities, rec center, et cetera. So the students are here whether we're open or not. So I expect that we will be open even if we had to shift to fully online in the process of that. We took a little different approach to testing, mostly made available by the saliva test that you've been hearing about, and the capacity to do that, and to do that in a pooled fashion for surveillance. So we actually have tested every single person, faculty, staff, or student who's going to physically be on our campus before September 7th. And that was a bit of a production to accomplish, but we've tested, as of today, I'm sure almost 23,000 people at this point in time. And that identified 546 cases. And that's 546 cases we would have not known had showed up in Lawrence had we not done that. And that's a 2.42% positive rate overall. Not surprisingly, our faculty and our staff tested a very low rate, less than 0.5%. They've been in Douglas County the whole time, and we as a county have done a pretty good job of managing it over the summer. And the students tested at a higher rate. But really what this testing arrangement allowed us to do was to identify where we had some higher risk populations, and our great community shows up earlier as their process works out. And by definition, it's a very social group of people and social organizations, and they've tested positive at a higher rate of just over 8%. And they've been very good working with us, trying to resolve that. We have capacity for over 250 students to go into isolation and quarantine. We were at a private dormitory here in town that we can isolate in, but really had very few in there right now. We had more when earlier on when people first moved in and we were identifying the positives, but they've now cycled out. We do have 10 of our fraternities and sororities that are under quarantine those are off campus, but they're quarantined by the county right now, mostly due to their living conditions. It's very hard to isolate and quarantine within those houses that have, for example, a shared sleeping porch. And so unfortunately, when they get somebody positive in there, the whole house goes into quarantine. But the numbers were in a range that we expected, and we certainly have been equipped to handle and are working very closely with the county. And in fact, the pandemic medical advisory team now also advises the county on the work that they're doing. So it's been very, very collaborative, fortunately. We're just finishing our entry testing this week, and we will be moving to more ongoing testing. We're going to be doing about 500 plus tests a week for the rest of the semester, and that'll be broken between targeted testing in high-risk locations, which could be a dorm or a fraternity or sorority, for example, and doing surveillance testing of random samples of students, as some of the others are doing as well. And that really gives us some indication what the prevalence is within our community also. So with that, I did include in the packet a few pictures of what it looks like on our campus that normally has 24,000 students on it. It looks a bit more like summertime here right now because of all the efforts we've been able to do to de-densify. And we've got tents set up across campus where students can sit and study outside. And some classes are actually being held in those tents as well. So we've tried to sort of accommodate everything that we could think of to make this a worthwhile experience for our students while putting safety first. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take some questions.
You're getting worn out.
I bet you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Gerard, are you going to cancel football?
Right now, the Big 12 is a go for football. Our first football game will be a home game on September 3rd.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You took that way too serious than what I was expecting. I was a K-Stater giving a jab at you. So
we look forward to playing again this year. We look for, hopefully it'll be, our month of September, we will not have fans in the stands for any of our sports, and we'll evaluate October when we get closer.
All right. Okay. All right. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Gerard, good to have you here. What are you anticipating your enrollment decline will be? And a companion question to that, you mentioned that 33% of your classes are remote, 34% hybrid, 33% in person. We've kind of asked this question of the other presidents. Are a lot of those students still on campus, even though they may be doing remote instruction as you look at your breakdown?
Yeah, I would say that actually most are on campus or in town, not necessarily on campus. We have about 4 campus housing, but I would say the vast majority are here in Lawrence. When I talk to the landlords, they're almost normal capacity. So most of them are here, and we have the ability, like I said, I think to flex, but we know that they're going to be here whether we're online or whether we're in person. They're still here in our community, and so we need to address it that way. And I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question?
Just what you thought the enrollment decline would be.
Right. So not unlike President Garrett, we think it's pretty fluid right now, which is why we always wait till 20th day to actually count. But we think we're going to be down somewhere between 2 to 3% in enrollment. Our international, included in that, our international enrollment's down 20%, which doesn't surprise us. A lot of people can't get visas to come to the U.S. right now. And so they were not able to get here to, some of those we have engaged online, but the majority were just not able to get here. Our first-time freshman class is certainly down. Medical Center is up a little bit, and our Edwards campus is up a little bit.
And I had, Madam Chair, one other question. Oh, good, she's gone. She can't tell me now.
Madam Chair left.
Sorry. Mr. Vice, I've always liked you a lot, too. No.
Thank you.
God, I get one more question. No, I'm kind of curious, as you move to testing, if you do start getting a lot of positives, and I don't know what the threshold is reasonable on that, and I suspect that's pretty fluid too. Do you think you might go to more testing than the 535 per week that you mentioned?
You know, we've talked a lot with the county and the state about that. Some of that is a matter of resources. The testing we've done to date has been largely funded through the Spark money that you all were able to provide us. And that will get us, with what we have planned right now, through this, almost through this semester. We're going to have to supplement that a little bit to expand it significantly. It's not an insignificant undertaking. And so we would probably need some help from the state to do that if we had to really scale it back up again.
Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other further questions for Dr. Gerard? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll move on to the final individual, Dr. Jerry Farley, with the president of Washburn University. Welcome to committee, Dr. Farley.
Thanks for inviting me to be with you. And boy, we have an esteemed group of presidents to kind of follow up on. It's going to be a little tough to do, but we're all doing things about the same way and having the same outcomes, quite frankly. We did not do testing for every student that came in at the beginning of the semester, whether they lived on campus or didn't live on campus. But we've had really good success with the students that have positive tested positive for the virus. We've only had 25, I believe, positive results, which is really pretty amazing, particularly the places that we are in here in Topeka. We have probably about, at this point, we're in our third week of semester. We have about 85 people that are being either quarantined, and that's most of what it is. There's some that's isolated. We have facilities on campus for the isolation and for the quarantine. We take care of them pretty well in those facilities. In fact, people were commenting, and this is kind of an unusual thing on campus. Sometimes when we get people on campus for the first time, they have some questions about food service. It's not like mom when they left home. But so far, we've got nothing but congratulations about food service. I'm afraid they're taking it as though it was room service because we're trying to make it as easy as possibly we can. We've got the same teaching modalities that others have. We have about 50% that are of the classes that are face-to-face, probably about 5%, 6% that is true online technology. The rest of them are different kinds of modality and hybrid. So we're pretty close to what most people are finding. And that's what students keep telling us that they want. Before the semester started, we want to have as many online, have as many face-to-face courses as we can possibly get. We've had a few faculty or staff that have had tested positive. I think it's probably like 3 or 4, and my bet is that all of those are back at work by now because they were more oriented before the semester started. We decided not to test everyone that came to the university. We consulted with the CDC. We consulted with the American College Health Association and the local county health director, Dr. Pisano. He's been very helpful to us. We work hand in glove with them, hand in glove with the hospitals we have here in town. And so things, generally speaking, are pretty doggone quiet for us at the moment. I almost hate to say that and then see what happens Friday night when I get the next report. But we're in pretty good shape at the moment. Since you've heard most of what I was going to say from everyone else, I'll just say ditto, and can I answer any questions for you?
Are there any questions? All right, not seeing any.
Thank you, Dr. Farley.
Good, thanks.
All right. Next, we have Dr. Blake Flanders, President, CEO of the Kansas Board of Regents via Zoom. I think we do. Dr. Flanders, he's not going to be on? Okay. Okay. All right, he is not on. So unless there's any other questions or comments from our committee, we will conclude our informational session on how the universities are going. At this time, we'll take up our next item, which is an update on the Eisenhower Legacy Transportation Program. And with us, we have Julie Lorenz, the Secretary of Transportation. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon. This is Julie Lorenz. It's nice to be in front of the committee.
Twice in one day.
And you all are very familiar, all of you, with this transportation program because you all had a hand in it. So I'm glad to bring back some good information for you. Okay, Denise, thank you. All right. I also realize some of you have yet another meeting today, so I'll move through it expeditiously so maybe you can have time for a break. All right. In terms of the Eisenhower Legacy Program, And if I could just go off script for a minute, I was in Goodland 2 weeks ago to reveal the 50th anniversary sign. Senator Billinger joined us there with KDOT to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the completion of the interstate system. And it was really a very sweet moment. Mary Eisenhower, granddaughter of President Eisenhower, was there. She was touched that the program is named for her grandfather. And she told the sweetest story as we were unveiling the sign. She said, oftentimes, I'll drive by one of these Eisenhower signs and I'll just blow a little kiss to Granddad. And she should have stopped there. Right? Because then she went on and she said, and then sometimes when I drive through construction, I just do this. But I wanted you to know on behalf of at least Eisenhower's granddaughter, she sometimes blows a kiss to the signs, and I'll leave it at that. All right, so let's go through, we'll talk a little bit about the goals of the program. As you all know, safer roads are first and foremost. And now more than ever, economic growth associated with investments in transportation we recognize is very important, and making sure we're providing more options and resources with a focus on communities. These are the goals for the Eisenhower Legacy Program. We're driven by these guiding principles to be flexible and responsive, trying to make sure we stay in tune with the times, and you gave us many tools to do that through the legislation, the rolling program, being able to move funds within the set-asides at the end of the year. All those things will contribute to a more responsive process and a focus on problem solving. I'll talk a bit more about that, but really focused on working with communities directly. Transportation touches a lot of people's lives in different kinds of ways. So we want to make sure we're not just thinking about modes, but how we deliver those projects on the local and in partnership with the local system as well. When I talk about some of these problem-solving pieces, we recognize there's often a connection to healthcare and education and jobs and technology. So transportation is sort of like the fiber that connects all of it together. And oftentimes, if we can be at the table and helping folks, we may not be the whole solution, but we can be part of that solution, whether it's a development deal or trying to get more broadband across our state. There is a role oftentimes for a part of transportation. And this continuous improvement part, like I really mean it, really and truly, because those are easy words to say. But we are moving forward. 2 years ago, when I met with the Transportation Budget Committee, we talked about our performance measures, and we had like way over 100. And I said, no, like we're going to have a handful of ones that really mean something that we'll measure against and drive results against. So we're working hard, and we'll be able to roll those out later this fall. And I'm excited to bring that forward. So KDOT has lots of programs to access for local governments, but it's hard to know, like, what's the schedule? Or how do I apply for one of these? And is it paper? Is it online? So we're putting all of that together in a portal so that folks can understand what the schedules are. They have a consistent application process. It should be a much better customer experience. And KDOT should be able to analyze the responses much more quickly and efficiently, and with more objectivity. And we'll continue to do our local consult outreach every 2 years. We have the same programs that we had under T-Works, and we have some new programs that were authorized under this legislation. And I'll be providing some information on each one of those, but I can tell you that communities across the state, particularly now, are very thankful to have these resources to tap into. You'll recall one of the most important things I think that came through the IKE program that we didn't often talk about is the focus now on preservation, on making sure that we achieve good targets. That's one of the first things we'll be working on this fall, is to establish a specific level of performance in each of the districts, and then identify how much needs to be invested to achieve those performance targets across each district. So we've identified here what our estimates are, but we can do a better job of fine-tuning what the precise investment should be, and we're working to identify those targets now. Those are good estimates. They're based on years of history and experience, but I think we can do a little better in terms of making sure that we're driving it with the data. Okay, you all are certainly familiar with the $2.2 billion expansion and modernization part of the program. It's the thing that everybody wants to talk all about all the time. This is the part where that 2-year rolling program comes in, where we identify through local consult needs. We put some in the pipeline, more than we could afford to construct in 2 years. Then we start pulling projects out for construction and then backfill more projects into the development pipeline. We announced this spring $1.6 billion worth of development work to go into the pipeline. We did that for 2 reasons. One, we don't have shovel-ready projects should stimulus funds be made available from the federal government, so we need to get that part of it rolling. And also, you'll recall in sort of years 3 and 4 and maybe 5 of the 10-year program, there's some specific targets in terms of expansion and modernization projects that need to be delivered. So we had to make sure we had enough rural projects put into that pipeline as well. So that's what's going on there. This is a map of the selected projects, and recall that we need to have at least one phase of every T-Works project let to construction before we can start any of the modernization or expansion project construction schedules. And this map is a good demonstration of where the remaining T-Works projects are, where the modernization projects are, and where the expansion projects are so far. Now remember, it's a rolling 2-year program, so we'll be back out in 2 years to announce more projects, 2 years later, more projects. So this is just sort of the first tranche of projects. Now, in terms of program update, and I went back to the office after this morning to make sure, because I had a feeling some of you might have some additional questions. So I am happy to tell you that we worked really well with industry this spring. We convened a work group around making sure we could keep construction moving forward. We modified some of our construction practices so people stayed away from each other, wore masks if they had to be in the trailers. We asked contractors to clean their trailers every week. Honest, we did, Senator Billinger, we did ask him. But really construction, and I just put this out there for everyone to think about going forward. Construction is one of, while it's sort of an inherent, it's a job you have to pay good attention to, but inherently it's sort of a safer kind of project or a safer kind of work to do now, because you're outside, you're distanced from people. So it's a good jobs program if you want to kind of think of it that way. What I'd like to highlight based on some of the conversations this morning, KDOT has been, we've received $3.8 million worth of federal funds related to public transportation, okay? So we're serving as the pass-through of the administrating agency. So far, $5.8 million has been allocated to intercity bus. So that's helping to keep our bus network across the state and the nation strong. The remaining $33 million has been allocated to rural general transit. So then I said, okay, so out of the $33 million that we've allocated to rural, how much has actually gone out the door? And the answer is $7.2 million. There is no deadline for the expenditure, and we anticipate expending all the funds by early state fiscal year 22. So we're on tap. We're working with our agency, with the local agencies to say, how much do you need? How are you going to use it? Will your uses be compliant? But I thought y'all might be interested in those numbers. Certainly, we've had some requests for things like laptops, more PPE, all of those sorts of expenses that are reimbursable, and we'll be submitting those through the Spark process. Okay. Oh, wait, one more thing. The PMC, Program Management Consultant, we have hired a firm to help us manage the program overall. We lost 600 people through the last 8 years. Many of those were engineers, not all of them. Some of them are certainly out in the field. So we've hired a firm to help us manage the overall program. We can learn some best practices from them. They'll be bringing us tools, an ability to do forecasting, to do better project tracking, that sort of thing. T-Works, I am glad to report we have this up on our website. We update it monthly. We are on schedule to deliver all of those projects. None of those schedules have slipped so far. Oh, remember, we accelerated by 6 months the schedules, so we're on track to deliver the accelerated schedules. Okay, in terms of lettings, you can see an increase in our letting anticipations. So in 2020, we let $416 million in preservation and $108 in modernization and expansion. Looking to 21, we anticipate $430 million in preservation and $212 in modernization and expansion. This is the highest preservation investment we've seen in the last 5 years. This is a map that shows everybody's favorite cost share program. And I will tell you, it is a great program. Communities very much appreciate the opportunity. Twice a year, we solicit applications. They bring money to the table. We hold webinars to provide feedback on their applications so they can improve their applications in each of the following rounds. So that program is up and running. If you all remember, we set it up in 92 working days. Sure.
Just curious, on that Hoxie feedlot road improvement, is that a main road? I mean, what's the story there?
I'll have to get information back to you on that one. Is it a local, it's probably a local road. Oh, yeah. So there's a minimum match of 15%, but if you can bring more, that helps improve your chances. Sure. Thank you, Senator Billinger. Okay, now in terms of some of these other grant updates, and this is, so people get pretty fixated on that cost share program, but there are many others, and you can see, if you start looking at the dates of these applications, you can say, well, goodness, no wonder they need to have a portal and sync up their portfolio. So you can see the C-CLIP program at 18 million. It was announced in August. The new Shortline program, it was just announced. The applications are in review. Driver's Ed just launched last week. It's a $200 subsidy for those students who need it. So we're going through schools, we're making it available. It's a means tested program for driver's education. Our innovative technology program is open at $3 million. The airport program applications are due September 30th. Local bridge program, that's a highly popular one. It will be, we'll have a call for projects in September, so you can see how the dates are just all over the board. So that's why we'll be syncing those up. And then transportation alternatives, and that's a federally funded program. And those applications will be due in November. So lots of ways to enter the program. And we make sure that we keep a good eye on need, match, and geographic distribution. All right, I thought you all might be interested, and we'll go through these graphs pretty quickly. If you have detailed questions, I'm happy to get more information back to you, but you can see currently July to July, so just the month of July, last July to this July, we see about a 7.3% reduction in travel. But when you look across the year, January to July last year, you see about 11.9% reduction. In March and April, that was much higher, but we're starting to see it come back. So in terms of revenue, this is what we saw for FY 2020 collections. Sales tax was strong. Registration fees were slightly below. I think they were about 3 million below. And motor fuels tax lagged in 21. It lagged a bit, and that's where we think we're going to see the biggest hit. Of course, that's not surprising. We're going to see motor fuels tax. We anticipate will be less this year, and sales tax remains to be seen what happens with it. I think the governor's been clear. She wants to keep as much money in transportation as is possible. I have some more graphs for you that then shows what shows the changes in sales tax, registration fees, motor fuels tax, all over the board. And you can see the combined totals.
What am I missing here on the registration fees?
What's driving them down? Why they continue to drop? I don't know. We need to go back and take a look at that for you.
Because what does the registration fees include?
On cars and trucks.
So, because one of the things we passed was the electric vehicles. Would it be running through this?
Mm-hmm.
As part of the.
Yeah, because it's like $25, 100.
So
yeah.
If it's in this box, I don't understand.
Stand what? Yeah.
Not that graph, but I don't understand this graph. Amy.
And Lindsay's on the phone. Lindsay is also zoomed in with us. Lindsay, are you available to answer the registration fee question?
Yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So these graphs are the different colored lines are different years. So you can see how fiscal year 20 compares against previous years. I think that the registration reduction was mostly due to local entities allowing people to delay registration of their vehicles. So we expect, and I think also the month in which you register, we're really tracking pretty consistently. As far as the hybrid and electric vehicles, their registration fees would count on this graph. We just haven't seen, we don't have as many electric vehicles registered in the state, I think, to see a big increase or anything like that. If that was
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Of what your question was.
Right. Yeah, it's
Thank you, Lindsay.
and you were dragging a little bit, Lindsay, but we just want you to know we're moving forward with money on audio visual.
You feel like your point gets made every single day.
Especially yesterday.
Yeah.
Awful.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay.
Then do you want, so in terms of the combined totals, I don't know if you have any questions on the combined total graph.
Looks like wires laying in my shop on the ground.
All right, so now in terms of the federal update, I think we were all hopeful back in the spring that we were going to see some sort of stimulus program for transportation. That didn't happen. That's not going to happen this year. I mean, I don't see it. I do think, and reauthorization is not going to happen. We may get lucky and just get a continuing resolution sort of thing that would actually be like a significant amount of time that we could plan with. However, I'd say I'm still hopeful that after the first of the year, that we'll see something that starts to look at transportation as a jobs program. I am hopeful for that. In order for us to be ready to do that, we need to continue expeditiously getting our projects in order, getting stuff on the shelf. One quick thing, and we don't have it on our slides, but I will tell you that we have initiated a feasibility study in Johnson County on US 69 to take a look at that as a potential, remember, very much under the communities. If they're supportive of it, we are starting to take a look at a toll feasibility study. Overland Park reached out to us like early to mid-May, requested a feasibility study. Certainly looks like a strong enough possibility for us to go forward. So we're doing that feasibility study now. So as we've talked about, we've seen declining traffic, some declining revenue. We're working hard to create a better, faster project delivery process, particularly in hopes of stimulus funds. We have pulled together a working group from industry to help us with that. We had a really interesting presentation from one of our industry partners bringing some practices from Nebraska to talk about how to streamline the environmental process. So we're taking a look at making some changes to the way we do our environmental work. And I really like ending on this slide. So this is the Amelia Earhart Bridge in Atchison, and it was built as part of the WPA. So I think that just proves a nice point. There's room for transportation to help our state recover. We think that's part of our responsibility, is to deliver projects that improve safety for travelers and to use safe construction practices. So with that, I'm happy to stand if you have any questions.
I have a question about the Northwest Bypass in Sedgwick County. And I was talking to a commissioner and we were just talking about their CIP. And it looked like that there were some things that are starting to happen there. But I was always under the impression it wasn't going in a full rate and that was a possible toll project. So has there been any more? I don't know how much the state has invested in the Northwest Bypass.
So I am pretty sure, and I need to confirm this, I believe that the county partnered with KTA to do a really high level feasibility study. So not anything that would be like traffic and revenue forecast, not at that level, but just a really high level to see like, just is there even a threshold? So I think for it to even be considered, KDOT is continuing in partnership with the county to acquire little bits of right of way as it becomes available. We know that long-term something's going to need to be done out there. It just doesn't kind of rise to the top compared to some of the other projects across the state, but we're keeping our eye on it.
Other questions for the secretary? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you. Going back to the graphs that we were looking at before, and for the motor fuel tax, I mean, obviously, during the time where the pandemic came about, we saw a decrease. But then in a month between July and August, I mean, it increased quite a bit. And do you foresee that tracking in the same method for the rest of the year?
So
flattening?
So if you see, so we always see higher motor fuels tax sales in the summer because people travel more. I think it's entirely dependent on what happens with COVID. You know, you see those huge drops, comes back up. So my assumption is that if we can stay open and we can keep people healthy, I don't see any reason that it doesn't track generally the same as it has in previous years. Certainly we've seen in some of the urbanized areas, folks aren't going to, some are doing telework. So you don't see quite as much congestion, which is interesting. We haven't seen like tons and tons of drop off of traffic, but what you see more variability, particularly in the morning. So maybe it used to be a rush hour of like 7:30 to 8. Now people are going in between 7 and 9. So there just isn't quite as much congestion as there was.
I would think that the numbers might stay up just because if you go through the drive-through.
Yeah, and you burn up all your gas because you're stuck in that line?
Because you're stuck in that line. And if you have a trailer on the back, you can't get out very easy. But anyway, I don't know if your environmental study is going to include that, but I had thought about, it's just a lot of carry out and a lot more people just sitting in their cars. So,
yep.
Okay. Any other questions for the secretary? I know she's not busy and she'd just love to hang out with us.
Actually, I would.
No, you got to go to the same meeting we have. All right. So, okay. Thank you for being here and thank you for that update.
Thank you all.
Committee members, we need to go back and do a little housekeeping to see what you all want to do. As far as any recommendations for the Department of Commerce, I believe we acted, so we moved forward on the audio visual with the letter request to LCC. And then that was submitted today at noon, at least for the application. So is there any discussion on the Department of Commerce for the JCF program? Senator Hawk?
I think we need to try and get as many jobs in the pipeline and created, so I certainly would support that. Representative Waymaster was explaining to me the allotment and what might or might not be left in that general fund $50 million COVID. If that money's there, I think that actually helps us out a lot. And my only concern is how do we take care of the fair if we can't get COVID money, CARES money to do that. But I certainly don't think the $5 million sounds like too much, and I think they have a good plan and they've got a proven track record, and I think it would be wise for us to keep that going and not get caught where they can't make any offers because they run out of money.
Okay, let's just stay on that issue for now. We'll talk about state affairs separately. Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with the Senator. Also, I think we're in a fortunate position, which I didn't really expect to be in, to have to actually need more deal closing money in light of what we've gone through in COVID. So I absolutely think we have to keep the Kansas economy going and not make sure that we don't have to be sidelining any deals. The other thing that I used to be the chairman of our Economic Development Council in Wyandotte County, and one thing was the things were in their pipeline, but there was always occasionally nice, unexpected surprises of things that we had to deal with very quickly, and we definitely wanted to be in a position to capitalize on. So I absolutely am supportive of this $5 million for the Department of Commerce. Thank you.
I was just checking to see the potential jobs it would create. And so I see in our handout 2,400, approximately 2,400 jobs. So, all right, Representative Waymaster.
Well, and the only thing that I would add in regards to Senator Hawk and Representative Wolfmore is that, on the the last or second to last page, bullet item number 4 says without additional infusion, we'll run out of funds before January. And so if we take this matter and administer these funds to the Department of Commerce, I would still like to have the Department of Commerce address this committee until the end of the year, to just see what the status is, because we are kind of in a unique situation where I think Kansas is positioned itself, just its location alone in the United States, where businesses are attracted to the state of Kansas, just because of its location. And when we have the potential of 206 businesses that they're looking at, I just would like to have the Department of Commerce frequently come back and give us an update on what the status is. Obviously, we know there are details that cannot be released to us, but if we can just have numbers of potential businesses, possible jobs, infrastructure within the state of Kansas, I'd just like to have the Department of Commerce come back and revisit with us.
So do we want to allocate any money at all at this time? Because we already put a request in LCC, knowing that I didn't know if you wanted to put in 5 million or nothing and just keep having them come back. They're down to Senator Hawk.
I strongly recommend we put the 5 million in.
Okay. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm in agreement. We should try to make sure we have jobs, and I'm supportive of putting money in. But I think first I got a couple of questions. You mentioned the allotment. Can the governor, with what she has allotted, can she just put 5 million in there? And if we do all the 5 million, do we have anything left for the fair?
We do have money left for the fair. We're going to talk about that here.
Okay, that was my concern, that.
It's mine. We have 20, we said 20 something. 24, 24.5.
Well, and how, I think I kind of explained this earlier today with Senator Hawk. When the governor made the allotment to that fund of the 20, we spent 25 million of the 50 million already, and that went to the LCC and they approved it. That left about almost 25 million left. And then she made an allotment to $5 million, taking 20 million out. However, that cannot be done until January. So technically we have almost 25 million still remaining in this account unless we make an action on a rescission bill when we come back in January.
Okay, that answers my question, because my concern was that we did the whole 5 million to commerce, which I'm not against, don't get me wrong, but I also think we need to do the state fair. And I was thinking, well, if we only have 5, but we do have 24, I didn't understand that. So we have money for both. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I believe we probably need to put something in. I was thinking more 2.5 million simply because it is kind of nice that they're coming to us and giving us kind of a play-by-play of what they're doing and how they are bringing these companies. But I'm okay with the 5 million as long as they continue to come in the rest of this year and kind of give us an idea of how they're doing with it.
You're
So
not calling me to ask to be here.
I'm sure you're, okay.
So, so I would just share, I said we're not going to bring up State Fair, but I would be willing to go with the 5 million on this and for them to report to us every time we request. Then jumping into the State Fair, I would like to wait until after the Sparks meeting. So at our next meeting, we would address the State Fair. So that would be my desire, because I think we need more information about the State Fair situation. We know where we're going on the JCF. Senator Hawk.
Since we get to send letters to LCC, do we ever send letters to our congressional delegation? Since they did mention on the State Fair that Senator Moran and Representative Marshall were working on that $500 million for state fairs. Just curious.
My understanding
No.
that only leadership can send letters to, a committee cannot send a letter.
Can we ask leadership to consider sending a letter?
There you go. Yeah, we can put that on our list of LCC things to do.
Well, I really do think we're not the only state fair that has problems. And I do think that since at least the current guidelines don't allow us to use CARES money to backfill, which would be my preference if that's the only option we have. But I think it would be helpful to all the states. And
So
I'd like to see us do that personally.
I was a little late to the draw, but and I meant to do this before today, but state ag rural leaders, one of the directors of that is the association person, whatever her title is. And she was on a call we had just last week. So I'm trying to get some information out of her. And when I do, I'll send it to all of you. I'll send it to staff and they'll send it out to you. But that way we can see what's happening across the state at the state fairs and might give us some better ideas. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm certainly willing to wait. And I think each of us individually might think about weighing in with the different groups, whether it's with our congressional delegation. I'm a member of the NCSL Ag Task Force, and I know you're real active on CSG, so that might be something we could do individually too to encourage that.
Well, I just think we'll have a better direction too after next week when we have our next Spark meeting. And then again, this money is separate. This is the money that we can allocate. So, all right. So, Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So you're thinking to look at this on the 15th?
So now I'm going to put three comments in there. So the first question or comment I was thinking is if we would go ahead, since LCC is going to be meeting on our other request, go ahead and move 5 million forward on the JCF. And then at our next meeting, we're going to come back and address the state fair.
On the 15th.
With the more information. Plus, we still have the funds, as Representative Waymaster shared, in the governor's allotment. That takes legislative action to take that money. So, and then the final question would be, our comment that I was going to make is we are scheduled for the 15th. Now, remember this date got moved around a little bit. And we don't have to meet on the 15th, and we can put that out to the 22nd if you'd like, but it's up to your schedules. But, you know, if we think we need to see a little more time, you know, actually, you know, it might give the LCC time to meet before we meet again. And I don't know, staff is what's on the 22nd. Yes. Oh, okay. All day. We could meet 23rd as well. Oh, not mine? We haven't even started. I know, but I mean, we have to deal with that. I mean, I'm going to have harvest clear until end of November, so we're still going to have to meet.
Madam Chairman, I'm okay with that, I guess, as long as LCC will then have to meet another time to okay that, right?
Well, my concern is if we meet on the 15th and the LCC meets on the 17th, what value will we get out of that 15th meeting? If they haven't met and we don't have any information back, then I can bring more people in here and talk about COVID, but it'd be nice to give LCC the opportunity to meet so that then we can respond to whatever they decide.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with moving that date. I guess, do we know, and we should have asked this, I guess, maybe we need to do we know when the fair will start having to pull from their funds to continue to make payroll? I'm just, my thought was that if we went ahead and okayed it, then LCC could take care of all of it all at once and it would be done. Otherwise, they're going to have to meet again. But that's just what I was thinking. But I don't know, if staff, did you have an idea of when they were going to have to start pulling from? They didn't, yeah. And I suppose it's probably not within this month, but we don't know when LCC will meet again after the 17th.
My lack of comfort level is one, I guess I need to speak in the microphone, is figuring out, getting more information about how they might be assisted in other ways. And two, they said our losses are 2.3. Well, I don't know that we restore everybody. We can't restore our universities fully. We can't restore our restaurants fully. We can't, so I don't know if 2.3 is the correct number yet to help them get by. I'd like to see those numbers as far as the salaries. Senator Hawk.
I think I agree with you. I don't think, I know. I was asking them the cash flow and we didn't exactly get an answer on that. But I did see in the paper that if they took from their foundation money, they'd have $1.6 million left. If we give them money and they have to go into those foundation funds, they can backfill that with the money we give them. And so I think if we get more information to find out exactly what that bottom number is, the 2.3, the top number, is there a bottom number? And I don't think from what they said today that they're insolvent and they have to fire everybody, that they can do that. And I do agree. I don't want them to ultimately have to take that foundation money. But if they had to take it it's like me, sometimes I have to go into my checking account, but then I quickly backfill it when I get revenue that can do that.
Certificate of indebtedness.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask my wife if we could do one of those on a purchase I want to make. Anyway, thank you.
Did you have a question? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you. The only thing about waiting is I hope we do address it by the next meeting. I don't think we can perpetually say we're going to meet this in October. And I think if there is a decision made by this group, regardless of when the Legislative Coordinating Council is going to be meeting again, I think it would be whatever the decision is that we make, the State Fair will know what direction we're going in. So whenever the LCC would be meeting and then Chairperson McGinn and I would have to sell it to them, whatever that decision is from this body, I think they would still have some idea that it's moving forward. But I would just say if we're going to have a meeting on the 22nd or 23rd right now, either day is going to work for me. We might be starting to plant wheat, but I can definitely take a day off and come up here, but I just don't want to address this in November or later on. I think the next meeting we have to address it, see what the Spark Committee does, because I made the correlation, and I said it here earlier. I think I mean, yes, it's a loss of revenue, but it's because they weren't able to have the fair. I mean, that's the reason why they don't have revenue. And so that's why I think if we could use CARES money, I think we should. Because they're kind of a different state agency, because their major revenue source is the 2 weeks of the state fair that goes on in September. And when you can't have that, you're not going to have revenue. Well, why did we not have it? We didn't have it because of COVID. And so I think you can make that correlation to the federal government. And if they would happen to audit us, which I don't think the federal government actually will, but if they would come back to audit us and say, well, you shouldn't have used this money for that, we can pay whatever fine we need to if we happen to use CARES money, or we can use the COVID relief money that we put into Senate Bill 66. But I would just say, if we're going to delay the discussion on the state fair, we need to have some type of resolution by our next meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the 15th. We can have the meeting the 15th. We take a chance that LCC hasn't met yet. I'll need agenda items that you want more information on. But that's why I would suggest, I guess it's the 23rd, if building committee's 22nd. And that would give more time for LCC to meet. Spark will be wrapping up. We will get that state fair information. And if you have not studied state fairs, they're not all, I'm sure you all know this, they are not all funded the same. Some state fairs don't even get any state subsidies. They have to go out and get their sponsors. So it's really difficult to just compare us to the other states. And so I think it'd be good for us to see that information, and so we can understand how, because we're not the only state fair that had to shut down. And maybe we can learn something from others. Okay, so I think where we're at, we need to vote. If we're going to put $5 million in JCF, we'll continue to invite the Department of Commerce to come to our meetings every time. And then the state fair will be on our agenda for next time. And the third item we have to decide is what that date is going to be. Does the 23rd work? I know you're counting, but you're going to be already here. That way you don't have to take 2 trips back. Okay. All right, staff, yes, Kathy.
Say I can do the 23rd, but I have a long-standing medical appointment I've had for a long time. If it could be more like 10 or 10:30, it would be perfect.
It can. We can do that. Today, everything got changed because Troy and I need to leave here pretty quick. So because of state finance meeting. So we'll make a note, Amy, that we will not start before 10 o'clock on the 23rd. Okay, and everybody's, yes. What's set up? They are? Can we use our money to buy some? Well, we'll have to figure that out. Okay. We'll give Robin another challenge. So, okay. So we are going to move our meeting to the 23rd. We're not going to start before 10 o'clock. And we need a motion if we are going to give the Department of Commerce $5 million. Representative Moore?
Make the motion for the $5 million to the Department of Commerce.
Have a motion? Have a second? I like this bipartisan. Okay. Seconded by Representative Waymaster. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right. Is there anything else to come before us? Thank you all for accommodating the time, and we'll see you in a few weeks